Started, I'd like to ask you to all be upstanding, and I'll ask Martin to come through from Life Church to lead us in prayer. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you. Afternoon. Thanks for having me here, and first of all, thank you for all that you guys do for our community. We do appreciate it. So let's just pray and open this meeting in prayer. So Lord Jesus, we just thank you that we can come together. Lord, we ask you for your guidance and your protection. We also ask for your blessing over Timaru and our district. And we ask you, Father God, for your wisdom to be over the men and the women in this room who help lead and govern our community. We ask these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thanks, Martin. Please stay upstanding and we'll sing our waiata.
E re re ra e aku ai Māori e mami ki atua ki a koutou e re ra e aku ai Māori e mami atua ki a koutou rangi tata ki runga puri ora ki rara te ta o ata ki e re ra e aku ai mi
Beautiful. Please be seated. Alrighty, welcome everyone. Special welcome to the teams from the Community Board. We've got Nicola and Michael. Great to have you guys with us. We may have Wayne arrive as well, but we'll put him down as an apology for now. There's no other apologies, is there? No, everyone's present. Move now to public forum, and we welcome Jeremy to come forward and talk to us on the airport. Welcome, Jeremy.
Thank you, Nigel. I'll just put a wee hand out to all the members so they can go with me through it. So I'm here today representing the South Canterbury Aviation Heritage Centre, and this is in regards to the rental. So I'm here today to talk about the hangar ground rentals as proposed by the Council, and I'm here to ask this Council to urgently rescind the motion passed in February, setting the base rate for ground rentals at the airport at $15 per square metre, as it has done so, because it has been done using inaccurate and misleading information that I will now outline. One quote from Council staff, for instance, was that Wanganui was paying up to $147 per square metre for ground rental. This is completely false. On checking with Wanganui, the $147 per square metre is the complete rate the flying school pays the Council for a brand new 2-storey building, and it includes the rates. Totally irrelevant information supplied to you councillors by staff, and misleading. The others quoted, when we've checked with the AOPA, Aircraft Owners and Operators Association, and RAANZ, Recreational Aircraft Owners of New Zealand, most of the rentals that you were shown actually were the complete hangarage cost, which is what they divided by the square metres of the hangar and what the aircraft owner pays to put in it per week. And on average, that was between $35 and $70 per week. It had nothing, the ground rental rate, that's what, it wasn't based on the actual ground rental. So there's a lot of misinformation you councillors have had. The airport user did ask for commercially based land leases, but unfortunately this is what hasn't been delivered, as I will outline. I ask, have any councillors actually seen a lease document, let alone understood it? Have any of you seen the documents? that started as a 27-page document to lease a bit of ground. They've now got it down to 15 pages. Wow. But it's a very restrictive lease and grants the council's rights of entry and occupation as it sees fit, and requires the leasee to even get permission if he wants to put a house shelf up in his own hangar. Ridiculous. This lease is for ground only, not the buildings, so it should be a much simpler document of only 2 to 3 pages maximum. So how are commercial leases done? I must add, in setting out this, I have talked with several prominent businessmen and accountants in Timaru. I can name them if you want me to. So virtually for all commercial and most farm leases, they are based on the capital value of the asset being leased, and from information obtained under the OIA, this has not happened in the case of the airport. There is no methodology that's been sent out or delivered that I've asked for. So based on the TDC's own valuation of the airport, the land area has a value of around $4 million, making for a land value of approximately $30,000 per hectare. One property just listed nearby is just under 10 hectares, has an asking price of $1.1 million. But this has a solid materials house and sheds on it, with a horse arena, irrigation plant, and it has a land value of $50,000 per hectare. The airport land is zoned Rural 1, and so on this basis, the unimproved value has a $35,000 per hectare maximum amount. There is land adjacent for sale with irrigation for $38,000 a hectare. Unlike rural land, there are a large number of restrictions placed on the leasees which would reduce the land lease value only further. Published TDC accounts also agree with the valuations I've given you. So based on average commercial leases, this would equate to around 20 cents per square metre for grazing and cropping, etc., based on commercial rates of 5 to 6% of the capital value for return, as a return. I want you to remember that. Farmers also say they can't make money at these prices, so say local farmers. Currently leased agricultural leases on Divon Road and Felby Road area are around $1,200 per hectare with irrigation included. This is approximately a 3% return on the capital value. And without irrigation, the lease is $500 to $600. Single season potato and carrot leases go for around $3,000 per hectare, include irrigation, but these can only be done once in 7 years. Airport agricultural land is leased at $1,200 a hectare plus irrigation charges. So this might explain why you're always struggling to find leasees and they're moving on as they keep finding better opportunities elsewhere. Then there is the issue of the access roads, etc. As this is TDC public access, and so this shouldn't be part of hangar or ground rental. We can't be expected to pay twice for these services, once on our rates and once on the hangar ground. So apart from the access road and water, there are no services apart from a fortnightly rubbish collection. So I think we need to clarify just what we're getting for our rates. So currently the Heritage Centre, which is an incorporated society, pays 4 times the rates of similar other organisations are paying. It seems that anything at the airport now is charged at 4 times the outside rate of it, of what normally is. Why is this happening? So on a commercial base, TDC supplied services that include the access road and water should in fact be no more than $300 per hangar. If we're paying for grass mowing 10 times a year, $300 as well, based on 0.1 of an hour at $100 an hour, which is what you're paying your current contractor. I mean, we're talking about 5 or 6 minutes to buzz around the hangar. That's it. So quite a bit realistic. In the valuation given, there was power included, but the power doesn't belong to TDC. The power belongs to Alpine Energy and the infrastructure. So that's nothing to do with the valuation. So we need to take that out. So as an example, the totals for a 12x4 hangar site, which is average size out there, based on current commercial valuation methods, would be at $38,000 a hectare, 6% return, ground rental only, 23 cents per square metre is $66.25. Grass mowing and weed control of the grassed area, $300. Access, water and etc., another $300. The total would come to $666.25. This gives a cost per square metre, including rates, of $2.31, or should do. Currently, we're paying ground rental at $2.50, $720, rates $580, which is a total of $1,300. So the current cost per square metre is $4.51. Currently, the Heritage Centre pays $1,100 in rates, $540 in ground rental, totaling $1,640 or $310 a square metre. Under the current motion, this would rise by another $1,620 in ground rentals alone, plus the rates increases, but it will bring it up to a minimum of $2,720 or $5.03 a square metre. But based on the commercial land valuation, this would drop to $124, and if the rates were reduced to $250 in line with all other halls, museums, etc., that get the same cut rate, our total outgoings would be $374.20 or $145 per square metre. The Heritage Centre was also told that our grass would be mown. This didn't happen, requiring the purchase of a mower costing us $2,000, but this mower we also used to mow round the Heritage Centre, out the back and in the public Timaru airport area, so as to make it easier for the mowing contractor to actually take his big mower around and not go up and bash our building. We think we're trying to do our bit. As a matter of interest, the Ashburton Aviation Museum pays 50 cents per square metre for its rental. So I would suggest that with the current $15 per square metre and a ground rental base, the ground valued at $30,000 per square metre, a hectare is 10,000 square metres for those of you who don't know what it is. So at $15, you're asking hangar owners to pay $150,000 per hectare for a $30,000 land value. I mean, they're buying the bloody thing 5 times over every year. Come on, wake up. You know, this is why this thing's got to be rescinded right now, or we're going to the Ombudsman. This is just crazy. So I would suggest, based on this, certain councillors who made statements in public that airport users have been freeloading for decades is not only inappropriate, but is in fact insulting and deserving of a public apology. I would also ask that in the future that a board of management be set up to run the airport, with 50% of the members made up with either airport users and hangar owners, as there is no one on the current council administration who has aviation experience and to advise on it, which is probably why we're in the trouble we're in. So, in light of this, I ask that your motion to raise the base fee to $15 per square metre be rescinded today to allow for a full review of airport leases. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. We'll go to questions. I think you'll probably know that we can't rescind the motion today. We need paper to come through to council, so that can't happen. Councillor Piddington.
I get some of your points, Jeremy, but you can't equate agricultural land with an airport and the services provided. So I think that's a wee bit of a misnomer. Could you tell me the square metre for a similar type of hangar in Wanaka?
So in Wanaka, the pilots who use a hangar down there pay $50 a week for their hangarage, same as they do at Timaru.
Well, one of your colleagues told me they pay double that, 30 a square metre.
Do you want Mr Sinclair and Mr Caldecott were the two people who I spoke to?
Okay, so, but I mean, we can all have examples.
But Stuart, we come back to valuation based on capital value. The capital value of the land at the airport is no more than $35,000 a hectare.
Well, I'll disagree.
I'm all for the user being, the user pays, but I strongly object to the payer being used, which is what you're trying to do.
Okay, could you tell me on an average size Cessna at the moment what they pay a week to park it?
$35 to $50.
Okay. And what are we suggesting it should be?
Under your rates, it would be about 150 to 175.
Okay.
I
I guess what I'm trying to say, Jeremy, we're trying to be fair, but also quoting bare farmland as an airport where there's an airstrip isn't quite relevant either.
Stuart, the land valuation on the Timaru District Council's own valuation, that's the land value I've used for that land, the actual airport land value. The airport land value is $30,000 a hectare. Look at your accounts.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And so,
Well, how much return do you think you should get off it?
well, I think we should be probably at least 10 to 15 because I understand Wanaka's 30. We've asked your group to get another registered valuation. Is that coming?
That is coming.
Okay, look, happy to have the conversation when that lands because otherwise I'm guessing and so are you a wee bit.
So my figures have been gone over, as I said, by accountants and businessmen in Timaru, and they all agree with it.
Well, I don't know who this mysterious man are. My other part-time job's a real estate agent, and I'm sure people would be happy to be paying what you guys are paying for land that has been used as an airport. I'm not talking about the aviation centre, I'm talking about the general users. But once you bring the other valuation, we'll be able to look at that and have some comparisons.
But why is the aviation centre having to pay 4 times the rates that other museums, etc., are paying?
I think, Jeremy, the key thing is that the valuation, where we get to, will dictate, the not-for-profit. So we need that first, and we've committed to receiving that once that comes through, and then we'll have a look at it.
We are an incorporated society and have been for some time, and it's only since management at the airport changed that the rates rose significantly with the change of management. And despite, as people have reported, with the airport users group, there is no discussion out there with management. I mean, we get told by the council what's happening at a users group meeting. There is no discussion. I can send you all the emails showing we've tried to discuss and raise things, but they won't listen. They come with a preset idea, and that's it. I mean, one of the things we've asked for as getting away from the Heritage Centre is that on the taxiways out to the airfields, there's 2 serious ruts which give the aircraft a really great shake. For 14 years, I've been asking to have those filled in. It's a job which 3 men in a trailer could do in half an hour. But we can't do that, yet we can spend all this money on dreaming up plans of new terminals, all sorts of things and so forth, and we're not doing the basics. That's why we need, as I say, a board of management which does, and I mean management, not just a users group, a board of management and governance for the airport so that all of these things get taken into account by people who do actually know what they're talking about.
Alrighty, any further questions? No, keen to move on. Thanks, Jeremy, appreciate that. But you do have a commitment to looking at the valuation when it is received, and we'll be going from there.
The Heritage Centre is a wee bit separate to some of the others because of the issues.
No, I understand that, but I think the valuation will be key across all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have quite a busy agenda. We'll go now to urgent business. Was there any urgent business? No, minor nature. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, just on the painting of the Caroline Bay tea rooms, had some feedback on that, and the future painting of the Bay Hall. Thanks.
Yeah, cool. We'll move that to minor nature. Painting. Any other minor nature? Councillor
Just an update on the stadium and the theatre from the CE, if that's possible, please.
Alrighty, okay, we'll move, sorry, anything else? No, didn't miss anyone? Brilliant, cool. Conflicts of interest? Councillor Scott?
Just VT board member
VT
today.
Board, thank you. Councillor Booth, you'll be the same. And TDHL, Councillor Parker. Any other conflicts? No, all good. Confirmation of minutes. Can I have a mover for the minutes? Councillor Parker? That's 7.1 and a seconder. Yeah, Councillor Pye, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we've got 8.1, which is the first item on the agenda. That is receipt of Venture Timaru draft statement of intent. Happy to take questions. We've got a workshop in a couple of weeks. We don't have anyone coming to speak to this. But if there's any comments, questions, feel free to put them up. Otherwise, we'll just move this along and we'll talk about it in the workshop in a couple of weeks. Happy with that? I'm happy to move from the chair. Seconder, thank Councillor Booth. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Actions register update on page 35. Alrighty. Budgets, reallocation trial, no further update. Contracting, we've got some stuff today. Small trades, we have some stuff today as well. Where are we? There was one that needed to be. So underutilised assets quarterly report, that's coming now. Is everyone happy that this action be closed out? Yeah, just nods all around. Yeah, perfect, thank you. And then the next one, template for financial impacts. Now we've seen a sort of a draft, we haven't seen it play out, but yeah, happy for us to remove that as well. Yeah, nods all around, thank you. Vertical information, infrastructure maintenance report. Can be closed out, are you comfortable with that?
It kind of needs to stay because we haven't seen it yet.
Yep, we'll wait until we see it. No, that's good, thank you. Move now. So next one, report on parking that's being prepared. NZTA workers continuing to resolve issues on State Highway 1 showgrounds. Regarding NZTA, have you got a comment? I know you raised that, Councillor Pinnington.
Could we have an update of what that actually means? Workers continuing to resolve. Have we approached them? Have they approached us? What does it actually mean? Yeah,
there's a few things going on there. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Pinnington. We are talking to NZTA, who are, we're encouraging them to formulate their complaint so that we can quantify the negative effects and then look at what enforcement action we can take following that. So that's where things are at the minute. And they've given us an undertaking that they will give us that statement of complaint.
Any timeline on that? Because NZTA have dragged their feet largely on this.
They were pleased to hear from us, is how I'd say it, but we spoke to them at a senior management level. We're just trying now to get some movement in the rank and file towards getting that actually to materialise. If we don't hear much this week, we'll go back to senior management again because they were quite keen to see it moved ahead.
Thank you. Can we leave it on the...
Yeah, 100%. Cool. Where do we get to? The financial system, so investigation is underway and an update report has been prepared for the 1st of April meeting. Is that?
Yeah, there is a paper. I think it's through your worship.
Yeah.
It's 8.11. I can give that up now if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, have a quick.
Yep, just to let you know.
Oh, yeah, just two. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there we go. No, sorry. No, we'll hold. Sorry, apologies.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bring it. Yeah, we'll go then. Thanks. I'd missed that. Apologies. That's it. Nothing further. Happy with that. Happy to move from the chair. Councillor Scott, thank you.
Sorry, you were going so fast. Sorry, workshop on waste. I just note we've got the 17th of June. I just wonder, is that too far away? Thought we'd been sort of asking for that for about 5-6 months, so just... But is it just sequenced in that way, or I know Councillor Pye is itching to have that workshop?
Mr Dixon, have you got a comment on that waste workshop?
Yeah, we are working on this presentation at the moment. Yeah, the 17th was, I guess, a date that we could be sure of meeting. We could look at trying to speed it up.
My understanding is the workshop is around the financials, how the allocation and how the whole system works, but the funding side of it too, so...
That is correct. That's our intention as well.
So
yeah.
it's going to take that long to pull it together, right?
Alrighty, sorry, did I move from the chair, I think? No, I didn't. I made a move from the chair. Councillor Piddington, seconder. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. So on that point, Councillor Scott will try and move that forward. We'll work with Mr Dixon on that. So we go now to 8.3, which is release of PX items. Won't go through them in detail. I think some have already been reported on. Yep, Councillor Piddington.
Just got one question. Why does it take almost a year for them to come out of public excluded?
I think it's part of the review process, but it should be quicker. Yeah, we can. How does that? Oh, Stephen, yeah.
Yeah, so we're working towards a 6-month period where they are at the moment, but we've got a bit of a backlog, so we're working through them. But they need to go to the manager, and then the manager goes through it and then does any redactions as well that are needed, so they're not just released as is, that they are released in a quite a fast process, but we will work on trying to...
The democracy, Stephen, and how we work, it'd be good within 3 months, surely.
Yeah, I think what we can do is at the end of a PX item, just sort of try and make that decision, and maybe that's built into a recommendation that we just consider at the time. That might just help give some direction to staff on that.
Yep, that's appropriate.
It should be built in there.
Is it? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it normally is, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, it's been a week. Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Okay, happy to move that. Councillor Piddington, Councillor Shannon, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. 8.4 on page 46 is common seal. Approval of warrants. Move it. Thank you, Councillor Burt. Councillor Booth, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against carried. We're just going to come back to 8.5. We're just going to do that towards the end. And we will move now to 8.6, which is the prospective freedom camping bylaw. Welcome, Brendan. And welcome, Bill. Lead on, team.
Page 63, yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Bowen, councillors. The paper before you is a follow-on from the workshop that you had last October. So to provide a brief summary of what the paper says, but largely taking it as read, last year, middle of last year, you resolved to begin work developing a freedom camping bylaw. In October, we held a workshop to inform you about what that might involve, and the outcome of that workshop was that we'd bring a paper in the autumn after the summer period with our assessment of any potential problem that may exist within the district. Secondly, whether or not the tools that we have at our disposal were sufficiently effective at dealing with that, and then thirdly, enable you to consider whether or not you wished to proceed with the development of a bylaw. I will note at the outset, and I hope throughout the paper you've picked up the vibe that we're at pains to point out, that freedom camping, by and large, our assessment is that the actual act itself is positive. The vast majority of people that freedom camp, or indeed our tourists within the district, abide by the rules. They contribute a lot to our local community and economy. And this report, by its very nature, inevitably focuses on that probable minority of people that do not adhere to the rules and create potentially problems. I'll also note at the outset a couple of things. Firstly, one of the attachments in the report, for whatever reason, didn't publish correctly, so that was emailed through to you yesterday, and hopefully you received it. And also just noting that in one section of the report, just an accidental omission, this is at point 33, where it lists the current legislative enforcement tools available to council. The Trespass Act was accidentally forgotten to be included in the actual report, but I stress it was included as part of the actual analysis of the data, so it doesn't change what our overall advice is. We also note that there's quite a lot that we don't know. Obviously, we're at the moment able to report on information that's available to council, and that's through specifically those 48 CRMs that have been deemed relevant since August 2022. And the breakdown, the analysis of that is contained in the report from point 35 to 46 inclusive. Ultimately, what we're saying to you, what our advice is that there is a potential problem with freedom camping, specifically regarding the location and duration of some people freedom camping, noting that people tenting didn't feature much within the CRMs. And our advice is that a bylaw may be a useful tool, an additional useful tool in the toolkit to assist with the resolving of those potential problems. And we ultimately recommend that council proceed to the next stage of undertaking pre-consultation with the community to go out and effectively say, this is what we are aware is the current situation based on the data we hold, but we want to hear from you to help complete that picture, to help fill in gaps, to help reinforce what we may understand to be the case, or challenge that, and also gain valuable insight and context by engaging with key stakeholders such as the Motor Caravan Association. The key reason that we've arrived at that recommendation, and I'll just summarise this briefly, is through analysing the data that we currently hold in two ways. And again, that's outlined at 35 through 46 inclusive in the report. Firstly, we looked at the adverse outcomes that are contained when someone logs a CRM. So for example, dear council, we wish to advise you that so-and-so is freedom camping at this location. They've been there for 2 weeks, for instance, and there's a lot of waste and rubbish in the area. So those are a few adverse outcomes there. So that's broken down in the report. The second way that we analysed this was through some of the tests that are set in the legislation in terms of the Freedom Camping Act says that bylaws may be appropriate under some circumstances if there are any of the three or more of the three, protecting the actual characteristics of an area, protecting the health and safety of people using that area, and also protecting access to that area, i.e. the right of people to be able to access that area and do so in a way that's relatively unencumbered. So whilst I won't go through all the analysis that's in the report, we've broken down the CRMs on both fronts, and to quote Bill's succinct summary earlier today, we think there's enough in that to warrant further investigation and going to the next step. Is there anything you want to add to that, Bill?
No, I think that's a good summary, Your Worship.
Happy to take any questions.
Alrighty, thank you. Key ones for me is, in 35, sort of makes sense. It's going to give us better tools for council officers to deal with prospective problems. So any questions for the team? Otherwise, general nods. Councillor Booth.
I guess, how do you measure a threshold of where you need to take action? I mean, whatever you do is going to cost us money. Okay, so is it at the point where we need the tools to actually deal with stuff, or compared to other districts, or is it really just something that is a little bit irritating every now and then, and literally?
Yes, most of the time we're okay, we're going along, and if you look at the analysis that was sent out yesterday, it averages about one issue a month, which is pretty low. But from time to time, it gets exasperated and there are a number of issues. So whether that's enough of a threshold or not, I'm not sure. But at times it's difficult to deal with.
So as we're in times of trying to save money, what is this policy going to cost the council to generate?
So I can answer that, and just going back to your previous question as well, Councillor Booth. So one of the key things that we're asking Council collectively, I suppose, today is, based on the data that we have, do you think that there is enough of a problem that you're seeing for it to be worthy of continuing with possibly developing the bylaw as Council resolved in the middle of last year to begin looking at? Or do you think, like some other councils that don't have these, that manage them under the existing tools, that it's okay to, for lack of a better term off the top of my head right now, muddle along with the other tools that we have? The analysis that we've shown, that we've got, demonstrates, we think, that a bylaw could address between a third to a half of the adverse outcomes that are being experienced, but whether or not, like I say, you think that that's worthy of consideration is a different matter. In terms of what it will cost Council, so there's a little bit in the latter stages of the report that speaks to this. I'm not sure if it's got sufficient detail for you. Basically, the cost of progressing to the next step in terms of developing the document is mainly around officer time. And if you think that this is a sufficient priority, then we can make time to do that. It doesn't require significant costs in terms of legal budgets or anything like that to do. The other cost, if we end up eventually having a bylaw, which is a few steps and decisions away, the question before you today is not should we have a bylaw or not, it's should we progress to the next step. But if ultimately at the end of this entire process there is a bylaw, then that comes with potentially a cost in terms of enforcing it, depending on what your enforcement model is. In general, bylaws cost money to councils. They are not revenue making tools, and they do require resource to enforce. However, we have asked, as part of the workshop prep that we did last year for October, we asked other councils around Canterbury and around the country, when you implement and enforce your freedom camping bylaw, roughly what's the ratio between revenue and expense? And we got a range of answers, and that the biggest variable depends on their enforcement model. Do they, like some councils, have a reactive model where they say, we will contract the enforcement out to, say, a security company. When we get advised of an issue, we'll send that security company out, and we will pay the security company with the infringement that we receive as a result. Others, particularly tourism hotspots, are more proactive. I'm thinking, say, Queenstown, Thames Coromandel, where they are aware of more of an issue and they're more proactive, and that obviously comes with staff and costs. So my answer to that is, it depends on what enforcement model you choose, and that is an issue for the next stage if you choose to proceed.
Yeah, okay. So just taking on board what Bill has said around, we get around about one a month, one complaint. That's one. So and one in every second one you struggle to deal with. So that means we're dealing with half a dozen issues per year, which we're going to do a policy for, and potentially we're going to actually have to hire someone to drive around a car, keep an eye on stuff. And so therefore, it's not only the cost of developing that policy, but it's the cost of maintaining that policy. And then we'll have to review it as councillors every now and then as well, which will take a lot of time. So I don't really think, unless it's reached a threshold, I don't think we should do anything more with this.
And to be clear, that's entirely your right as councillors to feel that way. We were asked to come up with information. We've chosen to come up with, we've come up with it. The breakdown, 48 CRMs over approximately 2.5 years, is 1.6 per month. Some of those are anywhere from 1 to 5 adverse outcomes. When we were doing the analysis, the largest one had 5 adverse outcomes where someone said, just for example, someone's here at this location, they've been here for 2 months, there's dog poo, there's rubbish, and they're scaring off other people, for example. So noting that CRMs might come with more, one CRM does include multiple ones. The other thing I would say to that is the cost depends on how you choose to enforce it. So that is entirely up to you as to whether that...
Okay, well, I'd like to move option 3, direct officers to pause on developing bylaw indefinitely.
Thanks, Councillor Booth. We'll hold that, and we'll go to Councillor Jackson.
Just on breaking the bylaws, so that people are fined, aren't they, if they break the bylaw. So how many people are actually paying their fines and how many are not? I mean, what sort of income stream are we getting from those people who are paying their fines versus those that aren't?
Sorry, I didn't. So if you're speaking specifically about freedom camping bylaws around the country, the anecdotal information I have from other councils is that there's a fairly high percentage of people who are paying those, and particularly particularly if they're tourists, for instance, then it's charged based on like the rego for a self-contained vehicle, so that gets charged to the juicy rentals, etc., and that gets on charge to the person. So in certain cases there aren't ways of them being able to escape it or just flee the country, etc. In terms of our wider bylaws, non-freedom camping related, Mr. Cooper probably has a better answer from that than me.
Alrighty, any further? Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, look, I think we should progress that. We had problems at Caroline Bay, we've had problems elsewhere. It won't be the first policy that we've introduced, Ellen, that we haven't used much of, but it does give, at least if we get a complaint, we have some teeth to deal with it. So let's carry on.
Thanks, Councillor Piddington. I'm of the same view as you. Yeah, I think with some of the ones I've been rung up about, this sort of policy would have supported action around that, so it does have value. Councillor Burt.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%, and coming from a background of what happens when you don't have the tools in the toolbox and the moment you need to use them. The Trespass Act is only good enough for certain aspects of it, and it's quite cumbersome, and getting to a threshold where you get police involved and all that sort of thing. It's something that could increase with numbers. I know Mackenzie use it significantly because they are a throughput for a destination around campers and tourists and things, but there are times when the staff are going to need it. You don't actually have to have someone roaming around just looking at this specifically, because it's a generalised thing where you can hold a warrant for a number of things in our compliance section within the council. So when it's needed and it can be used, I think we should progress it so that we've got the tools in the toolbox. There's a whole regulatory framework that was put together around legislation by government specifically because this was such a problem around New Zealand.
Righty, Councillor Pye.
I just actually wanted to say thank you for a very well put together report. It stepped through everything really well, and just for the record, I actually agree with Councillor Booth, and I think we've got better priorities right at the moment, but understand the views of others as well.
Okay, on that note, Councillor Pye, would you like to second Councillor Booth's motion?
Happy to.
Alrighty. Hey. Anyone else like to speak for or against? Before I put the motion, so Councillor Booth has moved option 3, which is effectively pause work on developing a bylaw indefinitely. I wouldn't say pause is probably when goes well with indefinitely. It's really just stop, isn't it? And we had a second live with Councillor Pye. I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? So into you're an aye. Okay, no worries. Okay, so the motion wasn't carried. Would anyone like their vote recorded? Yeah, so Councillor Booth, Councillor Parker, Councillor Pye voted for motion 3, option 3. Cool. Would someone like to move the recommendations that's in front of us? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Shannon. Any further discussion? Put the motion, all those...
Sorry, just you realise you're committing the council to probably $100,000 worth.
No, we're not.
Well, that is the fact. Everything costs money. All right, so we're worried about money, and here's your opportunity for half a dozen complaints a year. So think about that.
Does it say $500,000? Yeah. Where? Nowhere.
Actually,
you just
it's
made
not
it
in
up.
report, but if you want to employ someone to
Exactly.
run around, and if you want to pay for Brendan to do his report and do the whole thing, it's going to be $100,000.
Yeah, it would be great if you could substantiate your numbers in some shape or form. Let's let's just monitor the cost internally. I'm sure Brendan can keep us attuned of any costs. In regard to that, with things whereby they need consultation, they can be joined up with other things that we're doing at the time, potentially. So, yeah. So any further discussion? Councillor. Oh, Brendan. Did you like that?
Very, very generous. Worship. Just seeing as the question's been raised around efficiencies, simply noting there are a couple other councils around the country at the moment that are at similar stages of us as potentially developing freedom camping bylaws, and we're sharing resources where possible. So, for example, we don't currently have pre-consultation material set to go, but our friends at Timaru District Council have done that a few weeks ago, and they've kindly said they'd share those resources with us, etc. So there are a couple of tweaks there to change them to make them TDC specific, or Timaru District specific, and away we go there. So yeah, looking to save costs throughout this process, however far you get us to go on this journey, where possible.
Brilliant, thank you. So under $100,000 at this stage. No. Anyway, moving forward, I think this is actually going to be really good because where you do need a strong enforcement tool and you don't have one, we're the ones that will get the complaints, and you've actually got something to move forward on. So taking also your point, Councillor Booth, around costs. We'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Same three. Yep, we'll record that for the record. Brilliant. Motion passes. Thank you, team. We can now go to, Mr. Rogers is here, so we can go to 8.5, which is receipt of Timaru District Holdings Limited draft statement of intent. Welcome, Mark and Fraser. And that is back on page 50. Right, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. Apologies for lateness. Thank you for waiting. We'll take the report as read. There's the one change that's been made following feedback from our original presentation, which is on page 60 under point 10, governance, relating to risk management. The insertion of the sentence, proactive risk management is a critical consideration for the company and is embedded into our strategic framework through the recognition and importance of our relationships and partnerships. An enterprise risk register is maintained and formally reviewed annually. So that's been the one change from feedback, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Alrighty, questions? Councillor Pye.
Not so much a question, but more of a challenge, as I do. Great that you've inserted that. It still concerns me, formally reviewed annually, yet you start the sentence with proactive, and those two don't really go together in my mind. And my challenge to you is how you make that risk register a living, breathing document and not just something you put on the shelf and review annually. You don't need to respond to that. It was just a challenge.
Noted, thank you.
Brilliant. Nothing? No, nothing. Easy. Oh, Councillor Piddington. Yep.
Just a general question for you, Mark. I know, but a lot of people may not. What's happening with the south of Stafford Street, where you are with that, and the pile of dirt at the showgrounds?
The pile of dirt at the showgrounds is, as per last meeting at the moment, it's still under the contract with the deadline end of end of October. So that one's work in progress at the moment. In regards to South Stafford Street, we put out expressions of interest to receive offers on South Stafford Street. We received 4 offers and the board accepted one of those, and it went unconditional yesterday. So to put context around it, there is a press release that's going out If we go back to 2018, the board makeup was quite different. Mayor, 2 councillors, 2 independent directors, bought 5 properties at South Stafford Street. There was an intention with those sections at the time that didn't come to fruition. There wasn't a clear exit strategy from there. Subsequently, the Union Bank building was heritage listed, which changed the dynamic of the site from one large footprint to one medium size and 2 smaller. We have renovated the Union Bank building, and we needed to assess where those other 4 properties sat in relation to our current strategy. Those 4 properties don't fit within our strategy, as I think I've communicated consistently. Going forward, the board looked at the options around those 4 sites. We had maintaining them, which would have an ongoing cost. We had demoing them, which had a minimum $200,000 investment in regards to the actual knockdown, and then there would be the ongoing maintenance. And the third option was sale of them, subject to an acceptable price. When we got the prices in, we weighed up the options, and we felt rather than sinking more money into that site, it would be better to put the $700,000 in the bank and move on from that legacy project. So that's what we have done. We're not particularly happy that we paid more than we sold for, but in terms of the decision now, it's the right decision for now.
Thanks. Just on the showgrounds, do you have any interaction, or do you just wait till the 30th of September and say it's either gone or it's still there and we go again? I guess that's what people would be keen to know.
Yeah, we do have engagement with the developer, but it's primarily a developer and consenting matter, and the contract sits over top of that.
Ready, Councillor Booth.
Have they still got the option to purchase that other block, or have they already taken that block option up?
They have exercised that option to acquire the remaining parcels at Showgrounds.
Thank you.
Righty, nothing further. We'll go to recommendations. 1, receive the draft statement of intent, considers the draft and provides any feedback. Such that was a small challenge, but thank you, good piece of work. Can I have a move for that? Councillor Piddington, Councillor Pye, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant, thank you. Appreciate that, it's good. We move now to 8.7, which is property acquisition management and disposal policy, deliberations and adoption. Welcome, Brendan and Nicole. It's a bit of a policy day. That's exciting, isn't it, eh? When you're ready, team, and that was on page 96.
Good afternoon again, Council. So this paper presents the feedback from the targeted consultation on the property acquisition management and disposal policy, and proposes a few changes based on that feedback and officer commenting to date, or since the December meeting, when we were challenged in various ways to go and look at a couple of things in different ways, and then gives you the opportunity to think about that, deliberate on that, and hopefully adopt the final version of the policy. The proposed version, our proposed version, is track changed as an attachment, and hopefully is sufficiently clear throughout the report and the attachment, the changes that we're proposing and the rationale for those. The only final thing I'll say before handing over to Nicole is we had really constructive feedback from the 3 community boards and Arawhenua, and that was appreciated. And I've also, since the final report was published, had a conversation verbally with Arawhenua about the introduction of that proposed new section being clauses 18 to 21 in the proposed final policy, and they've said that they verbally are quite comfortable with that. rather than bringing in a reinstated Principle 6 as their initial feedback stated. So anything to add, Nicole?
Thank you, and through the chair, councillors. I think Brendan has done a fantastic job on this. We've had several conversations since we first put this as a draft in front of you. We've had good correspondence with EB, and I think where we've landed is actually going to allow council and officers of council to work very constructively with the divestment of properties going forward. So I think I can leave it at that and open up the floor to questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Booth?
Yeah, look, I'm just a bit concerned about anything that you'd impose on property owned by the ratepayer is impeding the owner's opportunity to do whatever they like with their own property. And it's quite important at the moment. You'll see the government walking back some of the stuff in regards to land ownership and having the power remain with the landowner and not be taken into consideration other interests or potential interests seen by that can unnecessarily impact your options about the use of that land. So anything that you think you're adding for whatever reason is going to make it more difficult for us, the council and the ratepayers to deal with their land and get the best benefit of whatever they want to achieve. So that's what I'd like to open with.
So to clarify, the scope of the policy is that it applies to council-owned land buildings. We've rejigged that scope a little bit in clause 4 and 5 to try and address some of the understandable confusion at the December meeting when we put the draft policy to you. But just to clarify, Councillor Booth or query, when I wouldn't see in what aspects of the policy relate to private land, it relates to council land, council buildings, and the processes that we use to acquire, dispose of, and determine its performance.
Yeah, I don't think, in my view, Councillor Booth, it's not really adding too much. It's, community boards, I think that sort of makes sense. We want them on board, ideally, or their feedback. So I don't think it really would slow anything up. I think it gives you...
Well, it does mention disposal policy. Adopt the property acquisition, management and disposal policy. It's property owned by the ratepayer. So if you put impediments in the way for considerations of outside external parties, you're going to limit possibilities and mean that you have to consult with other parties in order to deal with your own property, which is an infringement on property rights.
So I think it's around point 19 and understanding involvement of partners and third parties. I think this is what you're talking about, Alan. So do you have some examples of when a third party would be not engaged, because that's what we're not doing, we're consulting with, when that would actually need to happen? So, for example, like my question was, well, is this the same for TDHL? Like, where are we going with this? Like, because who are these third parties? I know you've identified Mana Whenua, but who are the other third parties, and what are some examples of when this would need to happen? I think that's where you're going, Alan.
Perfectly fine. Thank you for that. Let me try and talk you through it, and if we need to amend the policy to make it clearer with what our intention is, then we can absolutely do so. So what that section is trying to say, first and foremost, is we utilise council's significance and engagement policy when figuring out who we consult with. Secondly, in some cases, there's a legal requirement to consult with certain parties, and it states, potentially to state the obvious, we will abide by all our legal responsibilities. In terms of those third parties, that is more around, let's say we were looking to dispose of a particular property. It may be that during that disposal process, we engage with, on a confidential basis, potential buyers, being the third party, and bring them into the process to help them understand what we are doing with that, what we deem the value of that to be as part of the sale negotiation, and do that on a confidential basis. It's not trying to imply within that there are commitments to engage with, I'm not quite sure how to word it, groups that isn't at your discretion, is how I would put that. So you're controlling the process unless, for who to consult with and who to bring into discussion, unless there's a legal responsibility to do otherwise, for example, under some settlement acts. That's what that's trying to say. Yeah. So if we need to reword that, we absolutely can, but that is what we're trying to say.
You do cover that, and I'm just trying to find maybe about page 98. Sorry, I wrote quite a lot of notes, and you do talk about the Settlement Act in that, but I think you've elaborated even further, which I think has brought in Councillor Booth's confusion around, is that reciprocal? That would be my question, is why have we've got incredibly detailed in that, where I would have thought just Settlement Act was enough, but we seem to have gone quite deep in our involvement of parties and third parties section.
And the reason why in the report we suggested including the section to include the third parties in addition to mana whenua was because we identified that a couple of the other councils that we're benchmarking against for this had sections in there explicitly stating that it's at your discretion who you may bring in terms of those third parties, the basis on which you may do so, the confidentiality, etc. And we thought it was useful to be explicit around that, rather than necessarily be silent.
I've just got a couple of other observations based on some other papers that we've received for this week. At point 32, it says, it is expected that it will be uncommon for any property to be acquired or disposed of outside the long-term or annual plan. I'm not sure I agree with that, especially in relation to disposals. And so I'm just not sure about the wording of that. Because if acquisition, yes, but disposals, we haven't got any disposals in our long-term plan. It's not really something you'd normally budget on unless it was, massive strategic asset. So I'm just not sure about the wording of the use of the word uncommon there, but don't have a suggestion for anything better, sorry. And then in the process, we start with just find the page. We start with the disposal process, starts with identification of redundancy, but we don't have anywhere in there an unsolicited offer. Like we're just going, the manager will go, we don't need this land, we'll sell it, as opposed to, I come to you and say, I want to buy this bit of land, will you sell it? So I just think we need to change that for that. I also, for disposal, it says the property group disposes on the open market, and I kind of get the sentiment with that, but for example, we have a road reserve in a paddock in the middle of our farm that I might come to you and say, we want to buy that because it just makes sense. I would hate you to put that on the open market. But I get the tension between getting the best price, but nobody else is going to want to buy that land unless it's out of spite, and the costs of putting that on the open market, it just doesn't justify the cause. So I just wondered if we can change the policy where open market is the preferred, but there may be exceptions to this.
And through the chair, Councillor Pye, we do work with, first of all, the nearest closest party that would be affected, therefore give them the opportunity, and then we work out from there to the open market. So it's not, unless we're directed by council, we wouldn't necessarily go straight to the open market unless any offer is well below what the open market may actually do for us.
But I don't think the policy flowchart reflects
Right,
that.
said that. Yeah, so we'll actually change that so that we can.
Very minor detail is on one of the corrections you made, you changed a where to a were, and I don't think you meant that. On page 108 in the strategic investment.
Just very briefly to those two additional points, the uncommon and the unsolicited offer. So firstly, in terms of the unsolicited offer, off the top of my head, I think it's perfectly fine for us to include that. I'm not sensing any view to not include it, but just need to make sure that there's consensus on that. And then in terms of the 32, the uncommon, what we were trying to do there was we envisage as the policy kicks in, as we develop maturity around our performance assessment and things like that, that these will be considered as part of the LTPs, so therefore more strategically. Appreciate what you say, so we can look to amend that if there's a desire and some changed wording, or if you trust us to
I'm
go
not
away
going
and
to
fix
die
that,
in the
we can.
ditch over that word staying in there, because I get maybe that's the longer term intention, is that it does become uncommon.
Can I just through you, Mr. Mayor, just 52, I'm just wondering whether we've got to reword that. The land does not contribute to ecological values, historic heritage, cultural value, geological value or landscape. That reads to me that we can't sell any land that has got any of those in it. Strangely enough, we've just sold one that's got historic heritage, being the old reservoirs. So effectively, if this policy was in there, we couldn't have sold them. So we need to, that needs something else around it.
I can speak to that, Mr. Chief Executive, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just refer you to 47, which says the criteria below are a guide for decision making. Every land disposal will be considered on its own merits, and no one of the criterion listed is necessarily of greater weight, nor is the disposal required to meet every one of the criteria or sub-criteria. So what that's effectively saying to council, both for the acquisition and the disposal criteria, is you've got a decision before you. Here's a list of criteria to help you work your way through how that may or may not score, but you do not need to abide by all of them. It doesn't need to score against all of them. So discretion still fully remains within council. This is just intended to be a bit of a roadmap, a bit of a to help jog your thoughts as to, hey, this is what we should be looking at in making that wider decision. To 47, that's got that blanket statement for the disposals, and there's one higher up for the acquisitions at 30 in the policy. So hopefully that provides you with assurance that that is not going to constrain council's decision making.
For me, I think you've made it worse. Because if 52, if that's a criteria, and the answer is yes to that, what happens then? Do we say, what's the point of having it if we go yes, but don't worry about it? We're just going to sell it anyway. Like what's that?
I was happy with the way Brendan explained it, because there might be 9 other reasons why it's good to sell it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to meet all of those things. So yes, council can discount it if they choose to.
I think part of this is there's a process, and so we can actually go, this is what we've considered, this is what we ruled out, we made a decision based on these factors. It's not constraining, it still gives council full power effectively to dispose of land, but it sets some criteria that a rule that we may or may not choose to use.
So I think the key word is guide.
Yeah.
In there.
If it helps through the chair, maybe there is one more word there instead of to meet every one, that we could actually say may not meet any of them or one of the criteria. So we can actually pop another word in there that actually allows you not to have any of that criteria at all, but it is prompting you for a discussion. So we can actually add that in there. Does not have to meet any criteria or one or more of the criteria.
I'm all right. Is it? What's everyone's thoughts on that?
If that makes it very clear, otherwise it...
I think the more you put in there, the worse it is. It should be... You're limiting our ability as councillors to deal with our ratepayers' property as we see fit at the time for whatever reason or purpose. So all of this stuff here shouldn't be in, it should be taken out, this new, everything in red literally, and some of the other stuff too, in my mind. So that's, in my mind, I'm probably happy to move option 1, excluding items 10, 18, 19, 21 and 41.
No.
I think you have to remember, this hasn't been reviewed since 2016, so it needs to come into the now.
I think the
Going to do
word
is going to
guide,
impinge our ability to deal with stuff, and the more anything you write down here is going to make it harder.
Councillor
It needs to be
Piddington.
less.
Councillor Piddington.
I think the important word is it's a guide to us. Round the table, we'll still make the decision.
You can't just take a snapshot in time of this council or the people with the skills to know and understand it. It needs to have this, it's a regulation, it's a policy, and it needs to have a criteria. I think 47 does actually give everyone the opportunity around this table, because you might find someone, as we always do, who might see that other people should have views on it and all sorts of things, but I think the majority would say this gives us comfort that we can do it.
Alrighty, someone keen to move us forward? Yep, Councillor Pye, happy to move. Councillor Shannon? Yep. Any further discussion? Put the motion, I think I'll just make sure that covers adopt the property acquisition management disposal, deliberate. You're comfortable, you've got enough feedback there, Brendan, to move forward? Yep, okay, no further discussion. Put the motion, all those in favour please say aye. Against? Should like that recorded, Councillor Booth? Okay, thank you. That's all good. On the theme of policy, let's keep moving forward. 8.8, recreation and sporting facilities and community halls. Rentals and leases policy. That's the easiest mouthful, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Welcome back. Bill, welcome team. I'll let you guide us through.
Good afternoon again. So this is the Recreation and Sporting Facilities and Community Halls Rentals and Leases Policy. As noted, very short, snappy title that I refer to as the long name policy. So this is basically a listening exercise from us. We're beginning the review of this policy. Like the previous property policy, hadn't been reviewed for quite a long period of time, and the actual detail of the policy speaks to discretionary leases and the like that is, we think, relevant at the moment, given your annual plan discussions, the wider drive towards user pays and that wider philosophy. So what we wanted to do at the outset of the review to make sure that we were on track with where your thinking was at was provide you with an opportunity to provide feedback to us to help inform that review. It may be that at this stage you've got no feedback or thoughts, but like I say, we wanted to give you that opportunity to provide that feedback or get further information from us, given that this is topical within the sorts of discussions that you've been having. Bill, Nicole?
Thank you. And again, this is, it's more than a guide. It is a blueprint for setting charges. And I'll just say that it doesn't actually apply to sports fields, because we charge a percentage of our costs or what it costs. But if, for instance, a bowling club has an exclusive area, they will have a rental, which is set through the fees and charges every year, and that is the basis for it. There's one there on public halls, and I won't comment on because it's my area, but it's not my area, but it does set an amount, which is something that maybe you want to consider. It's more in the property.
Yeah, normally if it's that price, it's more of a liability that will go. Sorry, Nicole, would you like to add anything? And then I'll go to
Yes, this has been prompted for conversation because of your feedback in the past in regards to very low income that we receive from various sporting activities and through our halls. And unfortunately, this policy has been the guide that we haven't actually been able to move out of. So actually addressing this, addressing the charges and bringing them in line, that if we have a sporting group or we have a group that are hiring one of our halls or facilities of this nature, but they're acting in a commercial manner, then we need that actually leeway to be able to actually charge effectively and not be hamstrung by this policy. So this policy is, I would say, ready for an update in line with your thinking now in regards to how you'd prefer some income to be received from communities that use our facilities.
Thank you. Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, look, I think it's timely, and I agree with what everyone said. I think it needs a major overhaul, and probably I would look, first thing I'd look to save on the title is actually separate halls out from sporting facilities, because it's totally different. We've also, in a stage, I think, around sport, we need to talk somewhere in there. We have a spaces and places policy. There are sports clubs combining, so it might be a case of pointing in the right direction. The sizes seem a bit off for modern day, just different things. So I think I'm happy to help, but I would like to also see the current leases that are in place for different facilities, because it's kind of hard to know where it steps. But I actually think it needs a major overhaul, because asking 25% now of ceiling, Pete probably knows, but doubled if not tripled in the last 3 years, people just won't be able to afford it. So while I agree we need to be specific, we also need to have one hand on the economic climate. And, just stays where it says the council will provide playgrounds, and if sort of 6 people come and ask us, those days are over, I think. So probably needs more than a wee bit of a tweak. But I have some thoughts, but I won't bore everyone.
No, that's cool. And maybe there's some with more of an interest than others. So, Councillor Piddington, would you be happy to sort of be a conduit to the discussion from governance potentially, and if there's someone else? But I think that would add value to Brendan and his team. Any further questions, or everyone's pretty comfortable, probably, I would say, with Councillor Piddington's thinking? Councillor Pye.
I'd just be interested, as part of this review, is assessing how we have adhered to the policy in the past, and whether it's actually worked for us or not. Because, for example, building costs, insurance, service charges, maintenance, etc., are being met by the users either directly or indirectly through rent. Has that actually been occurring? Because I suspect not.
And through the chair, Councillor Pye, sometimes it has. We've got a lot of legacy leases where various sports have been able to have various differing ways of how much OPEX they pay or not, and also some so it really does need a complete overhaul and an ability to standardise, which is why it's difficult to put the numbers out in regards to all the different sports groups, because we actually don't want to have a ginormous bum fight out there with everybody saying, how come this person's only paying $1 and we're paying over here? So there's a real legacy issue with a lot of stuff that needs a full review. Yeah.
So any new policy needs to deal with that issue,
Absolutely.
and how we don't end up with that in the future.
Absolutely.
And there must be some other councils ahead of us on this that we can follow. I mean, I'm sure we all started off with these $1 leases and what have you. So, okay, well, that's good. I think we're going to go forward. Happy with that. I think, and I'll let you touch base with Councillor Piddington on that one. But 1 and 2, who's happy to move that? Councillor Burt, thank you. Councillor Parker, seconder. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Alrighty, and on the theme of policy, stay there, Brendan. Draft REM policy on page 128. And welcome, Andrea. Lead us off. I'm aware that this is something that elected members, myself being the lead on that, has requested, so I'll let you talk to it and then we can have some discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Bowen, councillors. So this policy is the draft remuneration policy. It asks for you to adopt it for a targeted consultation. I believe the majority of you have seen it before through the People and Performance Committee, and it comes to council as the approving body for such a policy. I'll take the report largely as read, but just noting this is one of the key ways in which governance can impact and guide the Chief Executive and the Chief Executive's legislative role as the employer of council officers, and council should be, in designing how to frame up this policy, be mindful of the extent to which they wish to empower or constrain the Chief Executive and the sort of where they want to fit on that spectrum. How we're trying to design the policy is that its purpose is to facilitate, as it says on point 8, facilitate competitive, equitable and affordable remuneration levels that positions council to attract and maintain high calibre employees. And the policy itself is quite high level because of, like I say, the extent to which we think that we should land in terms of that spectrum to enable, empower and constrain the Chief Executive. Happy to take questions and outline anything further. Andrew, anything you want to add to that?
I think you've covered everything there, Brendan. Just happy to take any questions.
Questions, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I just note that we previously had a number of volunteers working in some of our civic facilities. Is there any, in this policy, is there any ability for us to have volunteers amongst paid staff, as we used to have? Well, for whatever reason, I wouldn't mind betting this is the problem, that for whatever reason, at some point, we decided that we actually had to employ those volunteers. No, that's true.
So for the point of this policy, obviously, it's people that we pay, employees. So I think volunteers would come under a different policy, like a volunteer policy. I can't talk to whether volunteers have previously in the past been brought on staff so they could be paid. That may have happened, I don't know. But obviously that would be a separate policy to this.
So volunteers are just outside the scope of this policy, and if it helps, we could add point 5 in the policy. This policy does not apply to elected members, the Chief Executive or contractors. We could add volunteers to that to make it clearer. If that addresses that for you, Councillor Booth.
Are there any restrictions in here that impedes the ability of our Chief Executive to act in the best interests and give us councillors the most flexibility when it comes to employment issues?
No, I certainly don't think so. It helps give some guidance, to be fair. Yeah, look, my only thinking on this, obviously targeted consultation, it's with staffing, and my question is around the timing of targeted consultation. Bearing in mind what's happening at council at the moment, that maybe it's post-July consultation.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I totally agree with that. Obviously, this was written pre-launch of that, but those thoughts had crossed my mind as well, so I totally agree with that, being post the process we're currently under.
Yeah, cool. Everyone comfortable with that? Yeah, we might just, so recommendations, we'll go 1 and we'll just add 2 that it would be post current structural consultation, if you like. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Oliver, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Sorry, who? Gavin got that one. Yep. Great, thank you. Thanks, Brendan. Take a seat. That's good. Yeah, that's good value. That's good policy value for money like that, Councillor Booth, wasn't it? Hey, worked through 4. Righty. financial report, February 2025. Welcome, Andrea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report is for the period ended February 2025. February is a pretty standard month. There was not a lot of significance happened. What I will note is that 31st of March was yesterday. So once we process all of the March transactions, the managers will be going through and doing another reforecast. So that will potentially change the numbers that we've got in here, which we can then use towards the annual plan for next year. So far, year to date, we've borrowed $15 million. And at this point, I don't foresee that we would need to borrow any more significant money. But between now and the end of the financial year, it's all dependent on how fast they do their capital works. Happy to take any questions, and I'm sure there is a few GMs in the room that can answer the questions that I can't answer.
Councillor Pye.
Just on that point, I note that capital expenditure to date is 26 million, forecast to the end of June is 57. So to me, that would indicate the need to borrow another 30 million, yet we don't reflect that in our debt to income ratios.
The debt to income ratio is at today. We haven't got a forecast debt to revenue ratio, but once we do the forecast at the end of March, and if that 57 stays at 57, then we'll look at the cash that's coming in over the next 3 months and then make an additional column for that increased debt if required.
On page 137, that December 24 forecast, isn't that the forecast? Where we've got the forecast total revenue in the forecast.
That was at the end of December. Things have changed in the last 3 months. So some of the items
I thought that was the forecast you made at the end of December.
Yeah, we're going to do another one at the end of March because we've got 3 additional months of actuals that have come in.
I have a number of questions. The first one is around Peel Forest, and have we, in our forecast, added in that subsidy, or is that because it was done in December and okay, right. This might be a common theme with my questions then. Under waste minimisation, on capital expenditure on page 137, in the forecast figures, we are forecasting 2 million against a $680,000 budget. And I just wonder, why is that? We're forecasting to be $1.5 million over budget in our capex, and the commentary that's there doesn't really match the numbers, and I just wonder what's happening there. Obviously not a question for you.
Short answer is I'm not sure. I have to find out a bit more about it. But yeah, as far as I can see, we are on track to meet our budget targets. Yeah, they're just there. It's about the waste is variable and it comes in different times. Yeah.
It's in the capex, so we're forecasting that we're going to spend another 2 million or something, which will put us 1.5 over the budget. And to be fair, it's kind of a common theme with the commentary we're getting. I'm not finding it that useful. It doesn't always match the numbers, and it just sometimes says under budget or over budget. It's like, well, we can tell that. We want to know why.
I guess what's not included in here is the reforecast figures. So we do need to, we have been through this and checked that against them. Yeah, we have had some extra expenditure, but that should be matched by unders in other areas.
So, Councillor Pye, what I'm hearing from you is you want commentary on the actual year-to-date against budget year-to-date, and you also want commentary on the full-year budget and the forecast, what's going on
Only
there.
where there's major differences, like a 1.5 million unbudgeted capex spend, 100%. If it's 50 grand in OPEX, probably not.
Fair enough.
There's a couple of others that are roading and water. Mr Dixon, while you're there, on page 145, we talk about subsidised roading maintenance costs of 1.6 below budget, mainly due to lower maintenance costs. Is that something we can bank? You know, what has driven that?
No, that's not a good explanation. It's more about timing is the issue there.
One where I thought I saw an unbudgeted land purchase. Oh yeah, I do, with a big exclamation mark against it. Page 147, purchase of land 100k, no budget. I still struggle with, if you don't have a budget, who has the authority to go and spend the money? A question for Mr Trainer.
Page you on?
It's on the bottom of
So
147.
page 147 under capital expenditure for stormwater,
Yeah.
purchase of land 110,000, no budget.
So what do you bought?
I'm not sure what that is, whether it's a timing issue. It could have been a carryover from the previous financial year, which is the most likely explanation on it.
Again, if it's timing or it's carryovers or things like that, it would be useful if that's in the explanation.
It goes back to the reallocation of budget and coming through our chairs, which I suggest that has not.
Okay, so we'll find that one out. But yes, Councillor Scott, bang on. Any reallocations, I never hear about any, so I'm assuming they're not happening. Questions on this side? Councillor Booth, you're very quiet.
Just on page 151.
151? Yep.
151, statement of cash flow. Purchase of property, plant and equipment. Just what does that represent?
That's all your capital expenditure for the year. So that's how much we've spent.
Right.
Yep.
Yep, okay, thank you. And there was a question there for Dowlands. There was a 397,000 shortfall of funds. How does, what is that again timing, or is that some expenditure we spent, or I would have thought the money would come in pretty steady?
That's 300. That's basically a loss of revenue is connection fees that we haven't had the demand that we expected in regard to those. So we, as you know, when we improved the treatment capacity plants and the trunk mains, there was additional units that were available to property holders. That comes at a cost. You know, it's around about 15,000, I think, per unit. So we were expecting high demand. That demand is not there, probably a reflection of the climate at the moment.
So would it not be better to actually immortalise that across everyone and ensure you're getting all the money, and then as you have new people come on, reduce the number, the dollar value to reflect the number of people on the scheme?
Well, when we calculated it, it's basically a joining fee. So this is the cost. So what others, users who maintain their current allocations, they will pay their rates, but not the additional cost of the extra capacity. So yeah, it's a change in policy. You could spread it across all users, and then but they are effectively subsidising those additional units.
Is that a cost to the council, or is it just a lost opportunity?
It's a cost in many ways. You know, we have spent a lot of capital money upgrading this treatment plant to meet the additional capacity, as well as the upgrading of the trunk mains. So that is a cost that we undertook on the premise that we were going to actually have additional demand.
Yep.
It's basically that cost is absorbed by loans.
Thank you.
So have we changed, sorry I wasn't at the last meeting, Councillor Shannon, did we change budgets in regard to the next financial for Downlands to reduce the prospective customers if they're not there? Have we
Yeah, we
addressed
did.
that?
Yeah, because we also missed targets due to the not so hot summer, of course,
Yeah.
people not buying the units. So
Yeah.
that has been reforecast for the next year, hasn't it?
Okay.
The one light is that we are looking at connecting up Albury Township to the Downland scheme, so we're hoping to collect connection revenue from there.
Okay. Is that at full cost?
That's our intention at this stage, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mackenzie District Council might come to the party to subsidise their ratepayers to connect to it, but that's their decision.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that'd be a good idea. Still, while we've got you there, Mr Dix, just with regards to roading and footpaths and waste minimisation, I see improved levels of service. They're both significant numbers. Can you better explain that, please, and in the future can, within the reports and the commentary, better explain that? Improved levels of service, road and footpaths, it's $1 million. What specifically are we telling people?
The improved level of service is, I guess, additional infrastructure, so it's the new cycleways in particular, new footpaths, so we are still building a few of those. We have a policy of making sure a footpath in each street, at least on one side, so there's a couple of those, but also mainly it is in the cycleway area, and we do have that $2 million better off funding allocated for cycleways and walkways.
You'll be happy that Mr Booth wasn't listening. And for waste minimisation, 280k. Again, improved levels of service. The explanations just aren't very good.
That was basically an upgrade to the organics plant, processing plant. So there's a whole new plant down there now, which you would have seen. So there is a cost associated with that. We're paying that back over the term of the contract, but there was a upfront capital contribution regarding that.
If that could say that in here, it would read a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, I understand, yeah. We do need to get better with our explanations. Point taken.
Just, Andrew, you've answered some of those questions, above budget renewals, 1.5, City Hub, 156k, improved levels of service, just over $1 million. So do you stop doing that work now so it comes back into budget, or are we expecting those numbers to be over budget at the end of the year? Does that make sense? So you've spent money you haven't got to date. Is the budget there to balance them out by the end of the year?
Yeah, we always try to, but in regard to City Town, that's additional expenditure that the council approved to do the Strathallan corner, and that's all we're doing. So yeah, that funding is extra. Yeah.
The other two, we're $2.5 million over as at this date, above budget.
Yeah, it's generally a timing issue, and we will pull it back. Yeah.
Yeah, again, an explanation on some of it, and you won't have 50 questions because it'll all make sense in the budget.
Anything further? Yeah, Councillor Scott.
Oh.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I'm sorry. I just have a couple of questions. Page 137, and under community support. Housing works 160k over and airport 39k over, which takes us 140% over budget. I suppose it goes back to that question, why have we overspent and who authorised the additional spends? That's question one. And question two, around roading and footpaths, we've only spent 44% of the budget. Are we likely to spend the rest in the next 3 months? And again, waste minimisation, 113% over budget. We're still quite a wee way out from the end of financial year. So maybe go back to the overspends first.
I can comment on the airport one, and that is, the expenditure there is for a new public toilet that was committed to last financial year and has just happened carried forward, and so the construction is nearly finished on that job. In regard to roading, we are not spending that full 2.1 million, whatever it is there, because NZTA have not fully funded our bridge replacement program. So there are bridges that will be deferred. Yeah. So yeah, that's where you probably need the reforecast figure, is more of a fair reflection of where we're going to end up. Yeah, we intend to, I guess, stick within budget for that one. Yeah.
Couldn't hear you, Stacey.
We were talking about waste minimisation. We're already well over budget, and Andrew said he acknowledges that.
Yeah, basically the work is...
But you're not going to get it back because, yeah. Well, it won't come back in line. Yeah.
Over. Yeah, it's over to year to date or over in that. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So it's only year to date. So the work down at the landfill is finished. So yeah, so there should be no more expenditure or minimal amounts of expenditure from now on. Well, year to date, it'll get better. We need to meet the full year budget.
But that is the figure I asked about at the start.
So you're talking about the big page?
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's the one I asked about at the start, and we're projecting to be...
That's potentially to do with the Eco Centre, the additional funding to the Eco Centre.
And that's the one that you said you'd come back to us on because you wasn't sure what it was.
Yeah, so I've got note to look at that.
Yeah, we'll look.
Yeah.
With the page 142 under building, we have quite significant under budgets, which we know because we haven't had the consenting and all that kind of stuff. So I presume we'll address those numbers in our 25-26 AP. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Councillor Piddington.
Where's the new toilet block at the airport?
It's attached to the old fire station. It's over by the Heritage Centre. It's basically...
So are they public toilets or...?
Yes, they're public toilets, and because at times the terminal is locked up.
Yep.
So the idea is we have this public toilet that's open all the time, and for Heritage Club people who are visitors, because they don't have any toilet facilities, and other private plane users if the Aero Club is not open.
Users of
Hope you've added it to their leases.
No, we're not.
It's a good point on where that value lies and where the depreciation of that expenditure lies. Alrighty, is there anything else, team, from the financials? Anyone that hasn't had a crack? No. If not, can I have someone move the the financial report for Feb 2025? Councillor Booth, thank you. Councillor Pye, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Already, a finance system investigation update. Welcome, welcome. And that is page 152. Lead us away.
Through you, Your Worship. I take the report as being read. Basically, myself and Andrea are going up to Palmerston North to have a look at a council that have already implemented an upgrade to altitude for Civic Authority. We're looking at what their reports are like, the complexity that was involved, some of the other services that are happening around that, to help better inform, to make sure that what we're looking at and as an end result is actually going to meet the requirements in terms of a higher and easier quality of reporting for you guys to read, and for staff and budget holders, obviously, to work through their budgets with. Anecdotally, they've said a time frame of about 6 to 8 months is typical. I know that they've said that they'll give us some priority once we make the decision, because we want to get that sorted as soon as possible. So, is there any questions?
Cool. I'll go Councillor Pye, then Councillor Booth.
I just wonder, is this the only program you're looking at, and do you have any insight into the 67 councils or however many there are, how many use this system, or is there one that 40 other councils use?
No, so there's 4 big systems. They're Datasphere, Magic, Authority, and what's the other one? It's not ozone. Deck 1, sorry. Authority have around 17 councils, and then there's a fairly even mix for the rest. So, the issue, well, one of the issues I see is if we do a change of system, finance is just a component of that system change. So for a civic authority, there are 70 parts, finance make up 10. So if we were going to change systems based on the finance, the cost goes up dramatically. So rather than, and I expect it to be well under 2 million, this upgrade, it might be more in the region of 7 to 8 million and a longer time frame. It's quite a lot of historical data to transfer and a whole new system to learn. So the first option I thought would be the best bang for buck is to look at upgrade to the altitude cloud system, and if that meets our requirements and does what we need and we're going to get the reporting that you want, then that's the most efficient option for council. If we see that that's not going to meet what we need, then yes, we would definitely look at other options.
So altitude is not just used in New Zealand, it's used quite a lot in Australia. So there are a lot of councils using it as well, so it's not just limited to here. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Thank you. I obviously, IT things such as this can actually get quite out of hand if they're actually not handled properly. And so obviously it's important that we head off in the right direction in the first instance. So I'm pleased that you're resourcing and looking around. I mean, whatever you do, we don't want to be reinventing the wheel. We actually want to be following along other proven tracks. So, and ensuring we're doing the right thing, because you can waste a hell of a lot of money in IT and have no control over it, as you're probably well aware. So, I guess I'm just saying, be cautious.
Yeah, that's brilliant, well articulated. Thank you, Councillor Booth. Anyone else? Just receive a note, so great to see that work happening, because it's something that we need to do, so appreciate that. I'm here to move from the chair. Councillor Parker, thank you. Put the motion, all those in favour please say aye. Against, carried, thank you. Move now, thanks Justin, move now to 8.12, condition report, and thanks Andrea for major vert assets. Welcome Nicole. This is some great reading attached. And lead us off when you're ready.
Thank you, and through the chair, councillors. Yes, apologies for the large volume of information there. It was not the intent that you read everything page by page, but what we wanted to do was actually give you an insight into the depth of information that we do hold with those reports, and they have been commissioned since I arrived here 5 years ago. I started work on this about a year and a half afterwards, and I've slowly been doing one at a time and have done several just recently due to the theatre role and other projects to give some background information that helped actually inform some of the decisions that were being made. Property doesn't have all of these buildings in its portfolio, so I'm not able to completely confirm how much of the background information has been implemented. We have, over the years, brought forward our budgets looking at the items that have been suggested, but in times, and being really straight up and honest, those budgets have been removed, and we've not had that ability to bring forward really complete asset plans for you due to budget constraints, very genuinely. And so the teams across all of these buildings have been doing the best that they can and have been really identifying the one major item, if they could, to bring forward in the budgets. But this is the first time with all of these reports there's actually been a coalescence of information to be able to actually work forward. And I think the upcoming LTP in 27 is the time to actually plan and revisit what is on these reports and reaction some of this work to happen. Yeah, so I think I will leave it at that, and I have actually responded with some information in regards to questions you had in a summary, and I know that you don't have that with you, but I can talk to some of the differences. For instance, Eggenthai Art Gallery, its OPEX for 24-25 sat at 20,000. Now these numbers were original numbers. Now there have been lots of changes over 3 or 4 months in regards to the dollars attached, so some people may and departments may have actually cut some of these amounts.
Perhaps if you just circulate that round,
Yep,
Nicole.
I can do that for you.
I've had a chat to the CE. I guess it's twofold. I'm concerned we have assets that we're not maintaining, and if you look at the example there, there's $1.2 million in operating for the community halls. Well, we need to see in detail what it is, and in fact, whether those halls are of use to us, whether we gift them. They've probably been gifted to us back and forth, but I'm just concerned that going forward we've got accurate maintenance costs and there's nothing that suddenly we have leaky buildings and it gets worse. But we can wait till the next long-term plan. I was just highlighting what I thought were issues.
So I'll circulate that information. Look, and I open up the floor to questions because there is a lot of information there. I think it really does. It is something that needs to be planned for your next long-term plan. I think, unfortunately, given the current scenario, on the whole, all the halls and the buildings that are noted here, they're ticking along, but there could be the odd surprise that will come at you through OPEX, for instance, air-conditioned systems, but other painting and other things are actually quietly being done. So it's more of a reactionary situation until you can implement a much stronger asset plan for the next long-term plan round.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thanks. I suppose I really struggle with point 5 of this report where it says, further scrutiny due to lack of adequate allocated funds over the last 2 long-term plans, where these reports are gifts of, and we probably spent 300,000 plus on getting these done and telling us what maintenance and work we need to do, and then to be told we haven't really planned for these in the long-term plans. I find that really frustrating when they are a gift. These reports, when I read them, they are so detailed on what needs to be done every year and the cost to it, and we haven't allocated the funds. I find that just so intriguing is the word I'm going to use. Why not? Why haven't we... like, for example, the pools report. Over 10 years, it's a 10-year maintenance plan. I mean, geez, that would be amazing. Have we even followed it? I mean, remedial works for this year alone was 607,000. Have we even done the work? Like, I have no sense whether or not we've just shelved all of these amazing reports that I've analysed, and there's $18 million worth of works. And I'm like, where the hell is this going? Like, we cannot kick this any further. Look at the roof of the community hall. I mean, that came out of nowhere and it's costing us $250,000. I really can't understand. I'd love a report or a table that shows me exactly what needs to be spent so we know how to put it in an LTP. I mean,
so just, sorry, you Mr. Worship, these reports, they do have tables in the back. However, when we did the LTP, we were providing our community with a 15% rate increase and still running a deficit. So effectively, we do not have, when we did the LTP, we did not have the wherewithal to do this. So effectively, it didn't get budgeted, it got held over. It's because we had to pull the cost back somewhere. Now, our challenge now is to try and now budget for this, but also try and get to a break-even point and also try and keep rates to the minimum. So effectively, it's quite a wicked problem, and you can't just solve it just like that. So that's why these reports have actually more or less given us an indication of what needs to be done. Now, a number of them will become redundant when we do major upgrades, such as the museum, if we rebuild. The Ag and Tyre, a lot of that should be just about done. And then there's plans to do the stadium out at Temuka. And we also have to take this hand in hand with the earthquake status of them, because when you have an earthquake status and you decide to fix those, that'll take care of some of this as well. But you're right, we do have some budgets, and I think it's actually about making sure we prioritise that budget to the stuff that needs to be done. And my current view is get them watertight. Make sure they're all watertight so they don't deteriorate any further. Then we can go inside and do them up.
I absolutely agree and understand. I suppose some of these are quite detailed maintenance plans, and that is what we should be providing for, is making sure that we don't have them collapse and they cost us $4 million more than they should have. And so, I think I sit here and I think I still don't understand what, these are only a handful of what we've got. And I think Councillor Piddington has been asking for this, and this is great that we've got all those reports and we've sort of got, it was great to read all those annexes. I suppose I was probably the only one that did, but anyway, that's all right. Oh no, Stu did. But I suppose, how do we build on that and actually build a picture? Does the property team have a picture of what that looks like over the next 6 years and the costs associated to that? Because we need to know that.
So we don't have a property department. We've had these properties sitting with the units.
Okay,
So
well,
the swimming
I'll take
pool's
that
sat
then.
with
Do the
swimming
units.
pool has sat with the swimming pools, the museums, most of them are sat in community services.
Okay, does that department know what they're doing?
No.
Okay.
I think you're right, Stace, but I think we need to look at this as the opportunity. We know what's wrong, because we don't want it to get to another theatre or a library which has had no R&M, spent over 20 years, and then you have an asset that you've got to fully replace. But Nige is looking at the property, how we do that across the organisation, how we procure it, or all those sort of things, what budget we need to it, how do we prioritise it. I think it's the first step, and I think if we can have into the next annual plan and coming into the LTP, have a firm plan on prioritising R&M and also divestment of certain things to take to the community, that would be ideal. But I think we've got a bit of time to get all that done. Obviously, the stuff that we need to do, to your point, Mr Chief Executive, around water tightness, those sort of things, those are a no-brainer. But I think we're at a better place than we were in the fact that we know the trouble we're in. But there's no easy answers, which is half the battle. Yeah. How are we, as far as the rest of this, any further questions? Lots of information. I think there's possibly the opportunity for a smaller team to just help support this as well in the future, but we don't have to decide that now. But otherwise, it's a receive and note. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Oliver, Councillor Pye. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. We need to make a motion or take a short break. So I'm going to suggest we take a short break. After the short break, I'm also going to consider whether we bring the building control section 17A review into public, which I forgot to raise earlier, and so I'll just talk offline with Mr Cooper over the break. So if you take 10 minutes and we'll start back at 4:10, we'll adjourn to then. Thank you. Everyone, we'll get started. We're all good, team? Alrighty, welcome back. So I forgot to mention earlier, I would like us to move, we're going to jump into this now if you're all in acceptance, the building control section 17A review, that we move that into public. The only exception would be, since suggested from the officers, that we just exclude the legal roadmap which we maintain in PX, because that has value to us and prospective parties. We have shared that with MB and keeping them informed. However, we can receive and note that after the fact. So I'm happy to move that paper comes to public. Peter, you're happy to second that? Any discussion at all? No. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So we're going to call that 8.16, which is the building control, but is in your PX at page. I'll find it. Where are we? Page 17 was up. Page. Oh, there we go. No. I was halfway through it. So page 9. Yeah, brilliant. And so we've got Nathan online as well, who can be referred to later. So welcome, Nathan. You can obviously hear us okay? Yeah.
I can, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. And I'll pass to you, Paul and Jason, to lead us on.
Thank you very much. Through you, Your Worship, we bring to you a 17A review of the building control activity that was requested, I think, in a meeting in December, when we brought to you a proposal. It's been quite a body of work completed over a reasonably short time, so I want to thank everybody involved, and that includes our accountant, Tyler, who's provided the financial modelling for us. Obviously, Nathan Spear with Meredith Connell, who's provided our legal roadmap. And last but certainly not least, Jason, who's done a great job of actually pulling together the 17A. I think between us, we've covered quite a lot of ground. We've saved quite a bit of money, actually, by doing what we can in-house. And we now bring this proposal to you for further direction. It's been an exciting bit of work. I've certainly enjoyed the thought exercise. And, you know, this is the second idea that I've brought in the last 18 months, I think, and I was saying to Councillor Pye that I'm going to get a name as an ideas man if we keep this up. So here we go, idea number 2. But now, in all seriousness, though, I think we can take the report as read. I'll hand over to Jason, who will speak briefly about some of the highlights, and then probably introduce Nathan for a few words on his perspective in terms of navigating that legal roadmap. But I'll hand over to Jason.
Thank you, Paul. This is, I guess, to reiterate in part what Paul has mentioned, the 17A review we understood needed to happen some time ago. And so this has been something that's been on the go for the best part, really, of 12 months, to be honest, in one way, shape or form. So Paul and I have been working over that for some time. What also has highlighted the need for the review has also come from central government in terms of some of their directions, their proposals, what they're looking at, and how that can also have an impact on the role of a BCA, Building Consent Authority, within New Zealand. We consider this to be quite an innovative approach in delivering building control. And based on that innovation and the focus from what central government have encouraged those that want to step up and actually use the initiative, if you like, and what that would actually mean and or look like, has been something that's been quite challenging, but also quite rewarding at the same time.
to have the opportunity to do it. We consider this particular review and the recommendations from it a sustainable solution or option moving forward, considering everything that's on the table. As I said, it's actually been really exciting for me as a manager to have the opportunity to step back from business as usual and focus on, with the assistance and significant assistance from Paul, who has challenged me as a manager to give those ideas and this philosophy, for want of a better term, some serious airtime and consideration around what could that look like, what could it mean, and have the confidence to actually explore that, which has been very rewarding for me personally, and I hope that you agree within the review that has been highlighted as well. Just to conclude from my opening, at least, thank you to Paul for his guidance and support. It's been quite a long journey, but I think, and of course it may not be quite over yet, but certainly to this point, it has been hugely exciting, and I trust that the information that you've read has been received in that way. I'll now just hand over to Nathan Spear. Nathan is a partner at Meredith Connell in Auckland. My relationship with Nathan has been established over many years, and he is an expert, and I say that with every sense of the word, in the legal framework of building control, and there is probably no one better to assist us through this process than Nathan. So I'll hand over to you, Nathan, just to give us a bit of a brief overview from your perspective.
Thank you, Jason, and for that introduction. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, and there's quite an echo that I'm not sure whether... Oh, that's better. Okay, perfect. So yes, thank you, Your Worship and elected members, for allowing me to speak to you today. I would endorse Jason's view as a lawyer who only acts for councils and for building consent authorities around the country, that this is an innovative proposal and one that I think more councils should be looking at right now. The government has made themselves very clear that there are going to be changes, and rather than wait for those changes to occur, Jason and Paul have front-footed the matter and have come up with what I think is a very realistic and practical solution to a difficult problem. When being asked to provide legal advice like this, the easiest thing for me to do would have been to sit back and say, no, there are too many risks. And I've looked very hard at this proposal, and in actual fact, I've struggled to find any risk that would derail this proposal at the outset, and I think that's a great sign. That being said, there are some, like any innovative entrepreneurial idea, there are some things that the council needs to think about. And if I stand back, to me, the things that you need to think about if you are going to take this matter forward, and it's all set out in my 15 March advice that I won't go through in great detail, but to me, this requires scale. So if you decide to progress with the proposal, I think you need to be getting your neighbours on board and at least starting the conversation, and I'm happy to assist with that, because I don't see, I think it's a harder route if you were to try and implement a CCO model on your own. I think it requires spreading of the risk and rewards. I think that's the first thing that needs to be done. The second part is something that Paul and Jason have already started, and that's liaising with MB to create a no surprises approach with the central government regulator. They are already aware, obviously, of this proposal, but it's the detail, in my experience, that slows progress when you start to get into the conversation with MB. And I should say that I, as well as acting for councils, I'm behind the scenes with an independent building consent authority trying to get registered with MB right now. And so some of the learnings that have come from that exercise include the need to manage risk. And generally that comes from the insurance market. And insurers aren't as flexible as what we are within the council network. And there is quite a lot of work to do, I think, to give insurers an understanding and confidence that moving to a CCO model won't create more risk than already presents, because the insurance market at the moment is, if anything, pulling away from New Zealand rather than leaning into it. But in saying that, the only way I see that there would be more risk created here is in some of the, I suppose, the more risky sides of the CCTO's business in generating revenue. And one of the recommendations I've made in my advice is that the council thinks about, rather than pre-purchase inspections being the backbone of how you would get more money in the tin, that there are perhaps some other avenues that would suit council's experience that might actually bring in as much money. So there's plenty more work to be done, but if I stand back, I can with confidence tell you that I think this is a good idea that just needs to be expanded out. And there are going to be some councils who are, I think, going to have some pretty challenging conversations with the government in the next wee while. And you can hand on heart say you are out in front of that conversation right now, and I think it will be looked at favourably. So I'm happy to answer any technical questions that elected members have, or speak to any specific aspects of the advice.
Just before they question you, Nathan, I fully agree with you. So my concern as a CE and accountant that if we did this by ourselves, it would need substantial council support to keep it sustainable, because at the moment, even in-house is running a significant deficit. Put it into a CCO, I would expect that deficit will probably grow. Canterbury Mayoral Forum have discussed this, and the CEs have had a conversation this week about looking at it across Canterbury. So the decision there was to do a stock take of what exactly we have in each council, Canterbury Council, to understand what systems we have, how many BCOs we have, what number of consents we're doing, so as we can get that lie of the land, and then potentially look at that as one entity across Canterbury. However, in saying that, there was only one CE who was really pro it, and that was from a different council. I think it's going to be a bit like water, where councils, particularly small ones, they're getting really nervous about what's left. Take water out of the council, take the BCA out of the council, you're starting to dilute those councils, and that's one of the hurdles we've got to think about in terms of how you get over. So for us, it's at a difficult place, because through the restructure that I've announced, it is going to be affecting the BCA unless we get more business in. So my view is I agree with Nathan, we can't do this alone. We've got to have partners.
Thank you. Look, I'll go to the start. I think it's a great piece of work where you love the innovation. I think I can speak for everyone in the fact that we like to see this sort of stuff, and across what we're doing, not taking it away or understanding that the restructure is part of it, but we're looking line by line at costs, what other revenue opportunities, all those sort of things, and this is one of them. I'm afraid that the sector has got it horribly wrong at the moment, and a lot of those players, some small and some large, are just sitting on their hands, and the VCA one is just a golden opportunity, and it's interesting that the mayors generally were more interested. But then as soon as you drop down a level, why is it that the mayors are optimistic and then the CEs are, I don't know, outside of yourself, Nigel, seem to be a little bit more risk adverse for change? Is that the problem? Is it publicans versus accountants? She'll be right. Give it a crack. But I do think it's an opportunity. But the big challenge again is willing partners, and obviously we're trying to work really hard with our local councils on a CCO model, which for water, which screams at Mead at being the best model for all three parties, and I think we need to continue those conversations, but we need to start this one immediately as well. And unfortunately, they haven't, been, really willing. But actually, I think we need to start working on their councillors and their communities as well, because these opportunities are the way that we actually keep and maintain affordability for our ratepayers if we can actually try and win some of these ones. So, but let's go to questions, and then what does our endorsement of this look like, and then what's our next steps as well. So I'll welcome anyone's contribution who wants to get it off the... Yeah, go for it. Councillor Pike.
So I've just scratched down a few notes from all of my notes here. Agree with Mayor Nigel. We've been asking for a long time how we can do things differently, so I really appreciate that you've taken that on board and come back with this. I love that the 17A was completed internally. That was a nice surprise. Definitely supportive of moving forward with this, but the biggest thing we really need to understand, and Nathan alluded to it a number of times, is the risk, and that concerns me because I didn't think the 17A really dealt with risk, but Nathan's advice does to some degree. Also love the level of detail on the finances, of course. This is not specific to the BCA, but it was a concern for me. There's a note on page 20 and a similar kind of note on page 39 that alludes to just how, in my words, how inefficient council is because of systems and processes and mindsets of people. And that was a concern to me, and I feel that, it worries me if the only way to address that is to put it into a CCO. And surely we can address that without doing that. I have a challenge around how we measure success, because moving cost to users is not success in my mind, even though it alleviates ratepayer burden. But we need to work out a way on how we measure the efficiencies that we're going to deliver, because you talk about somehow if we've got enough scale we can bring in-house engineers and things like that, but how do we actually measure that in 5 years' time we're delivering those efficiencies? I think it's important to remember that our rates contribution's not $1 million, it's more like $2 million, because we've been making a loss of circa $1 million for the last 5 years is on top of the rates contribution. I'm just whipping through these, so I do have a couple of questions at the end. In our current financial year, we're 418,000 under budget, which I get is because of a downturn in consents. And for the last 5 years, we've kind of lost 700, 800 grand after we've had the rates contribution. So how do we be confident in the financial modelling? Because it looks good, but our past record doesn't look good. And so I think we just need to be really careful about that. And then I have two questions for Nathan. We talk about shareholding and dividends and how return to shareholders might be based on throughput. And my understanding of company law is you pay a dividend on how many shares you own. So unless you're going to adjust the number of shares on a regular basis, that becomes difficult. And is it possible to have a CCO set up as a cooperative rather than just a normal limited liability company? Because that enables you to distribute rebates based on throughput rather than pay a dividend. That's not, you don't I don't know the answer now.
That is not a question I expected.
Yeah, sorry.
But I can certainly, I can certainly look at that.
I'm a farmer, we love cooperatives. And I also note that we need a law change, and you do allude to that might be easy if the reform's going to go ahead, but do you think that's going to be easy? Because generally law changes aren't that easy, are they?
No, that's right. But yes, I do think that it's right time, right place for this sort of innovation. And, I'm being asked by MB, how do we make the boat go faster? Because I am connected to the BCA network around New Zealand. And, this is one of the things that I think is an easy win and simple to, the government's saying, how do we cut red tape? And how do councils cut red tape? Well, the answer quite clearly is make this easy for us. And right now, there are some real quirks that are in the way that I think would be progressed quite quickly. So, yeah, right time, right place, I would say to that. And I'll have to come back to you about the cooperative.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be interested to know, actually, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the proportionality sort of principle that's talked about in the 17A, it relates to a similar setup that we've got in the health contract, where there's 3 councils party to it. There's X number of licences and registrations in each district, and that gives us our proportionality for costs and benefits. So what we've proposed is we use the same model based on consent numbers, and that model in the contract is plus or minus 5% of where you're at in any 3-year period. It stays the same. Every 3 years we review it, and it's the last 5 years, the average will form the consents that give you the proportion to go forward. So effectively that does set your shareholding through that proportionality. That is, if it stays within plus or minus 5%, it's there for 3 years and then reassessed at 3 years. If it goes outside of that, it's reassessed mid-term, and that's how we do it.
Then you'd need a mechanism on how to buy and sell shares, how you enter and exit, and how you value those shares, because I'm involved in a cooperative that has a similar shareholding structure, and we do the same. We shift our shareholding on an annual basis, actually, for good reason. But that then comes down to the shareholding agreement, assuming we can get some friends on board, and how you do that. Yeah.
And it's far bigger than that. That shareholder agreement, it's the glue for everything. It gives all parties comfort about how it works, how to get in, and also how to exit. What we've seen as we've looked at CCOs that have got multiple councils in them for other matters, other activities. Exiting has been a sort of a 3 to 5 year process. Getting in is easy. It's the getting out that's the hard bit, and this would probably be a similar thing.
So, when the CEs talk, there's one CE who was a CE of a BCA, CCO. So we've already got one in Canterbury that's been there. We've also got one who was also in a BCA, CCO. When they talk quite differently. One's in favour and the other one thinks that it's actually doomed to fail. One of the reasons he thinks it's doomed to fail is the cost of the systems. So the actual information systems, he believes that cost will blow it out the water. So I don't know much about it, so it'll be interesting to get your comments on that.
There's a number of, a number of ways to look at it, right? There are some already at the moment complex systems that we use as an organisation, right? So to your point, Councillor Pye, the some of the complexities that currently exist will never go away under the current format, right? They just are what they are because of how a local government organisation operates. The key part to looking at how the CCO would operate, even if it was just our TDC group alone, right? Let's just focus on that for a moment. Some of the key differences are the fact that by being separated, albeit at arm's length, is that the operation or the overhead component that we are contributing to currently is then quite significantly different, because we're not subjected to, at the end of every financial year, to contribute to all the other overheads that we actually didn't even contribute to use in the first place. All right? So that's how this local government system works. Agree with it or not, that's just how it operates. You start off at the beginning of the financial year at zero, and you finish the year at zero. To get there, you've used whatever you need to get to that point, generally in rates where we borrow or whatever, right? In that, there's a lot of overhead expense that as a particular unit, and that varies, you haven't actually used. So it's not a true indication of what your actual costs really are. Separate yourself away from that for a moment and operate independently. Your costs are attributed to you as the CCO, so you know exactly where you stand. You know exactly how to forecast, what to account for. It's so much easier. Some of the, going back to the Chief Executive's comments from other Chief Executives that have been in this, there's aspects of the setup, which Paul alluded to, around the shareholder agreement, getting the decisions, the structure in place that actually ensures that what you are actually doing effectively. It's not simple and straightforward. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to suggest that it is. But that in itself means that you actually have to focus on that to ensure that you are getting the best out of it. Some of the reasons why the previous systems or operations had failed as a CCO were because of exactly that. They didn't have it set up properly in the first place. Right? Their review clearly stated that. So there are a lot to think about, but primarily the stepping away from the mothership, as Paul and I like to call it, creates that clarity for what it is you're actually doing. Right? You're not masking it by other things.
Yes, the corporate overhead, there'll be a stranded amount of money left in that corporate overhead, is that right? And what proportion of the corporate overhead would be attributed to building?
It depends. Councillor Booth? Favourite saying?
Be operating on its own unit.
Oh, the unit will be fine.
So like from you guys down, you guys, everyone, it should be reflected in the building unit costs.
Yeah. So the building unit would contract back to the mothership for what it could. So it might we might have a contract that covered IT. We might have a contract that covered an element of customer services. We might have an element of the contract that's for, we certainly have for LIMS and PIMS and other things. So there'll be this, it won't be as clear as it is now, and the CCO would be better off separated and paying for true costs on things, but the council would be slightly worse off. But we try and soften the stranded overheads by contracting back as much as we can. Like vehicle fleet, for example, we probably couldn't get access. I'm not sure if we can or not as a CCO. Nathan's probably, or Andrea might be better placed to say whether or not we can get access to cheap money other than through council. But for the vehicle fleet, it's probably cheaper to use TDC's fleet and pay and have a contract, a part of the contract that nutted out how we could do that. So I think there's ways we can soften the blow, but there will be a little bit of pain in those stranded overheads, and we won't really know on current modelling what that will be, but it will be a lot. It's basically that $1 million less what we contract back, probably.
So currently the BCA is charged about 1.2 million in overheads. That covers your accounting, your payroll, your HR, your building lease, your insurance for your building, your vehicles, da-da-da-da. So I don't think you'll get a lot of change out of the 1.2 million. But my point more was there's something going on in this CE's mind around not this, it's the computer systems, it's the databases. He thinks will be the tricky part. But anyway, we'll see how that works out. But there won't, I don't believe there'll be a lot in this. But what you're trying to aim at is if you put into CCOs, become a lot quicker and a lot more efficient. Now, I don't know how you do that when you've actually got legislation and regulations to adhere to. I don't know how you can improve that other than lifting the productivity.
So really it's about competition, isn't it? Creating a competitive situation where they need to compete.
It's, I think by separating off a CCO and it being its own little entity, you create a separate team that lives and dies by its results. It's not, at the moment, we're in a system that is all about managing risk, where the BCA holds all the risk, effectively, or most of it. When you're afforded the room to manoeuvre, or you have that luxury, you will take a very risk-averse approach. It is possible to have an appetite for slightly more risk, but not much, because it's very prescribed. There is also opportunity to have a slightly different focus when you're a CCO, that the efficiencies and your processes and systems that you use are there to not only provide the regulatory function, but they're there to generate a benefit for the shareholder as well. So you have two things that you have to deliver on. One of them you're going to be audited on by IANZ, and you're going to have to reach that mark and get accreditation every 2 years. So you could argue that that's the benchmark that you have to reach in terms of managing the risk. The other part of it is, well, what's the right balancing point? Is it where we are currently, or could we be at a slightly different place in terms of that tension between efficiency and delivery and high quality regulatory framework? There's a natural tension. So we want to say that we will deliver it quicker, not necessarily cheaper. We try and do it cheaper, but we'll definitely try and do it quicker. So, and I think the sector will respond positively to that, because that is effectively time is money if you're managing a project and you've got really quick turnarounds on building consents and inspections. So I think it's just a slightly different mindset, but within a very prescriptive lane. And I think there are benefits to be had from the CCO model, providing you've got some scale. Because it didn't work on 1,000 consents, but it will work for 2,000 consents. That's what the modelling says. So that's a good indicator that that's what we need to be aiming for as a minimum.
Just ask Nathan a question. In your report, you said the council would have to retain its accreditation as a BCA. Can you explain why we would need to do that?
Because there needs to be a law change. That's one of the issues we discussed earlier. Right now, there's no mechanism for the mothership to completely let go. So that is a pretty easy piece of red tape, I suggest, for the government to cut, so that this can proceed. But it's effectively a black letter law issue.
I'd just like to add further to, to round off, Nigel, what you're referring to in terms of systems used. Over the last, let's say 10 years, the systems that we've used for processing and inspecting building consents has changed significantly. Right? We've gone from good old hard copy paper stuff, writing everything down, ticking a box, providing no justification for your reasoning, you've just ticked a box. Right? 10, 15, 20 years down the track, I get presented with an issue. And I'm trying to determine how do we come to that particular decision, and I can't, because we haven't recorded it. The systems that we use now, and the one that we are currently moving towards, is, dare I say it, the only one that exists in the country that's an end-to-end. Application portal, processing the application, inspecting it, issuing CCC, co-compliance certificate. Right? It's the only system that exists, that it's basically an off-the-shelf product that's been developed over some time. Many councils are moving towards it. Mackenzie, our neighbour, is one, has already gone live. We're working towards that in a few months' time. Waiata are also looking at it as well with a number of other councils. The beauty with this system is that it allows anybody that's using it to expand the virtual borders. So effectively there isn't any. You can design it, you can turn on and off the virtual borders so that when an applicant is submitting their application, it is going to one place. It might be that someone in Auckland, for example, is submitting a building consent, but the work is happening in Timaru, right? Or it might be happening in Mackenzie, it might be happening in Ashburton, it might be happening in Waiata, wherever, it doesn't actually matter. If those councils are operating together, then those borders can be expanded very easily at a flick of a switch, basically. And I know in IT language it's not quite as simple as that, is it, Justin? But ultimately, the mechanism is very, very simple. So we've gone a long way from hard copy to what we're currently doing now. The value the additional value that comes from that is the fact that we can actually record the decisions that we make a whole lot better, so that in the future we're not setting our colleagues up to fail like we currently are at the moment. All right? Our colleagues from years ago didn't know, obviously, but because of how that operated, we're now addressing those historic problems. We're not going to be continuing to create those historic problems by going forward with this proposal. They will be a lot more clearer and more streamlined in terms of how everyone is going to then interact with it in the future.
Jason, just following on from that, it sounds like an off-the-shelf product you go and do. Once you put all the info in, and if you're in with Mackenzie, it doesn't matter with the borders, where's it stored? Because what's the problem? The system, your fellow CE that was worried, the system's there, isn't it? And it's in terms of recording the info.
So recording the info, let's say, for example, we've got some partners in the mix, right?
Yeah.
So let's just assume that Mackenzie and Waiata are in the mix, so there's three of us. Each council, so if the building work is happening in the Mackenzie district, then that information gets recorded in two places. First of all, it stays within the consenting software itself, but there's also information that gets recorded within the Mackenzie District Council's record management system. Like it would if the work was happening in Timaru, exactly the same scenario. So you've got that, you've got that duplex of information that exists within the consenting software, but also gets stored, because it has to, within that local authority. Because the local authority hasn't gone anywhere, we're just operating slightly differently. That's the key focus here, is that nothing's actually lost or disappeared. Right?
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. Very much like Councillor Pye, it was an excellent report. I suppose nobody writes a 17A like those people that work within it. Either that or at the same time, you learn more about your business when you're doing it. And there's very few parts of our business really that we can look at from how can we run this like a business. So from what I gather here, well, it's quite obvious, isn't it? The Minister and MB, they're going to be going in a direction in due course anyway. And this is, in some respects, getting ahead of that in a way that appeals to the Minister and MB. Looking at the timeline from what I read within this to move towards a CCO model, it's a 12 to 18 month timeline. And how does that fit, do you know, within what MB's looking at themselves, and are you still going to be ahead of them within that window?
Good question. We've been working closely with them, so they're aware of what we're doing, and Nathan's part of that conversation as well. They are strongly encouraging this. They're not picking winners or saying anything because they can't. They're just strongly encouraging this. So if solutions are forthcoming from the sector, that's their best case scenario because we're solving our own problems. So if we do front foot something by going to this model, there's a strong likelihood that having solved or moved towards the goals of the reform, as well as helping to deliver the service more efficiently ourselves, that we will be left alone, if you like. When I asked people within the ministry, when the reform kicked off, if you could do one thing, what was the most important thing that you would do in terms of changing how we operate at the moment? And they said consolidate BCAs. So whatever the format that takes, I mean, you could do it under the current Act. We can, for example, we could go under Waimati and operate under their BCA or vice versa. Under the current Act, we just have to sign up to that and give up our powers or our ability to run a BCA to do that. That's not been very popular. But with what the reform offers is something that's not been there previously. So the CEs that Nigel's have talked to would have found it challenging to make a profit, as it were, by sticking within their boundaries, because the service is the service, and you can be efficient and you can be disciplined about revenue gathering and you can do all those things, but like's been said around this table, we can do that in-house to a certain degree. What we can't do is go beyond our borders. Well, technically we can, but why would we when we can't make any money? If a CCO model would have us hunting, if you like, for work, we wouldn't just be within our borders. We'd take and process, in particular, consents from wherever the need was, and that might be overspill from Auckland or Tauranga or wherever, as the two fairly busy BCAs up there. So I think there's opportunities that are not clearly articulated in this. This is just a foundation, but there are opportunities to be chased as well within that model, yeah, that may not have been there before.
Can I add something to that?
Jump in, Nathan. Yeah, go for it. Nathan,
Sorry. Apologies, and I feel you just mentioned Tauranga, Paul, and I happen to be sitting in Tauranga City Council right now, so I'll have to close the door on that. They don't know revenues coming your way. But one thing I would say is that I have no concerns that your cadence is going to be slower than MB's. I have had some sort of serious conversations, and I don't expect there's going to be reform within the 12 to 18 months that you're talking about. I think you're pretty safe there. I've seen a graph from MB that says where we're going and where we are, and it's very early on in the consultation phase. So I think you have a really good opportunity to strike while the iron's hot. And then the other point I just wanted to make is that you are not going to just face competition from other BCAs, other councils here. You are going to face competition, I think, in the next probably 12 months from private sector building consent authorities who will be able to do this work cheaper, faster, and with a little bit more sort of swish and a modern outlook, and they will be using that technology that we've discussed earlier today. So, you know, it's one of those situations where if you stand back, it's going to happen to you, but not just from internally. I think there's going to be competitors in the market very soon, and that's why you've got to move quickly here.
What do you think about the risk of, you know, the Minister alluded to it, building practitioners being able to sign off their own work? I mean, is that the problem with that? Is that going to be 5% of the market? Is it going to be 20% of the market? You know, it could be quite a risk in regard to where your income stream could come from, I guess.
I think that model works better in Auckland and Christchurch and Tauranga here, where, you know, councils are finding it really difficult to get across town to be able to inspect work. So I think it's one solution, but it's not the solution to all of our delays across the country.
Yeah, okay, that's a...
Just having said that, Nathan, about private sector moving in, so given it's a user pays, why would we want to carry on staying in this?
I knew you were going to say that.
You know, if the private sector is going to pick it up and the customer, the building customer, pays and gets a really fantastic service, why would we take the risk and go forth?
Because I don't think the private sector will. You have to be pretty confident and organised to want to take on this beast, because yes, there's a lot of revenue, but there is a lot of risk. And so I can't see the private sector moving in to take the market. It's more that I see them being able to offer competition. And if you're a group home builder building, you know, low risk buildings at scale, you're probably going to want to work with the private sector. But there's still a lot to be said for mums and dads wanting to come to council because they feel that it's a safe place for their building consent to be approved. So I don't think the private sector is the 100% solution to this problem.
When money's tight, though, cheaper and faster, I'll be going there.
Well, we'd be in competition, so we'd have to compete. But I think what Nathan's talking about is the R1, 2 and 3 classifications and C1, 2 and 3 for commercial. The private BCA will not be in a position to take on R2 and 3. They'll be taking on R1 stuff, really low residential stuff, new builds, low risk, and even then there might be a couple of key points in there that they won't do. So I don't think it is a risk conversation, and ultimately private sector has been reluctant, just like those, when you talk about signing your own work off, the feedback I've had from the sector is no thanks, because they don't want the accompanying liability that goes with it. So, so there's a lot of water to travel under the bridge yet, but I think ultimately we would be potentially competing with that, and we just have to be competitive.
Go to Councillor.
And I think that's right, Paul. And you know, added to that is, yes, you might be able to get it quicker and faster, but the private sector has the ability to carve out a lot of stuff and include exclusions and things that the councils can't. So there is always going to be more of a safety net with council, I think, than the private sector.
Councillor Puddington.
My question, as we talked a wee bit about scale, is 2,000 consents kind of a lucky number where we break even? And, you know, how do we get there? If there's only 2 of us and we're 1,000 short, are we wasting our time and effort unless we can get those councils on board? I want to understand that risk.
And sorry, to extend on that question, you know, your geographic partners might be, you know, next year might be ideal, but how would that work if one of our partners was at the top of Canterbury or in Southland, as an example? Do you see the risk with those systems? What are the pros and cons around what a, you know, collective group could look like?
The closer they are, I think the better it would work, and the more we have in common, the more we achieve the Minister's goals of consistency in terms of a geographic area. If it was going to be, I don't know, let's say Huranui, for example, we'd have to look at, we'd have to run the numbers, basically. In terms of what Councillor Piddington's talking about, no, it wasn't the golden, it wasn't any particular ratio other than to show or demonstrate through the modelling how it might apply. Because I didn't want to upset any councils by naming anybody and saying this is what it would look like. But so we assumed 2,000 councils, which is an awkward number between, for example, if it was Waimati and Mackenzie, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't add up. So we just made it that for the modelling. As you can see, it generates, at year 5, it's getting up to around 900,000, but it kind of, it's sort of 200,000 year 1, I think, for the multiple shareholders in the CCO. Tyler's pretty confident that based on the information he's got, that the modelling's reasonably good, and we wanted it to be based on a proportion so that it would extrapolate out. So I think the more consents you have, the more you save, the more money you make. That's basically it.
And my last question is with the CCO, they don't remain in this building, you pick up and cross the street, what? I mean, it's important to know because you've got space and all.
I think at the moment, if we were to move forward with the CCO and say in a year's time that legal entity stepped out and we were all tickety-bee ready to go, we would rent the 156 square metres we have currently. We'd rent that off council at a commercial rate, and then that might be a conversation if the business grows to look for something else. But yeah.
It's a wee building just out the side here, front. Yeah. Okay. Anything? I know it's highly sought after. I won't look over here with all the ones that want it for themselves. Right. We need to move this forward. Great discussion. I think pretty much there's some endorsement to keep moving. Let's just go to the recommendations. So receive a note, endorse option 1, which is around the efficiencies of the current model, while also endorsing option 3 to work with prospective councils, and 4 can probably just fall off now in regard to the delegation. There's just the legal roadmap, which can probably stay there. So maybe we leave that there. This might tie legal roadmap to the end of it. So everyone comfortable with those 4 recommendations? Yeah, sorry, did I confuse you at the end? Yeah, so it was just the legal roadmap that is still in PX at the moment. Yeah, okay, cool.
I think the biggest trick is getting the other councillors to buy in.
Yeah, there's 2 things. I think there's understanding what the building fraternity think about this, and ones I've talked to think overall it's positive. They want to. I think locally they would like to see us working together. They're using 3 different BCAs as an example, same builders, and yeah, then obviously our biggest challenges we know will be willing partners. So we're not left at the altar without a bride. So that's all right.
That's the current concern. We're not doing so great with our local water, with our neighbours. I'm worried they'll think this is another, what's that word that they keep using? Sovereignty and all that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Ooh, that's a strong.
Hey, it's been used several times. I've got it recorded.
Yeah, well, this is the golden opportunity so they can keep their sovereignty a little bit longer. Right, I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Oliver, thank you. Further discussion? No. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Great discussion. Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate your time. Thanks,
Thank you
Paul.
very
Thank you, Jason, very much. Right. Brilliant. We move now to 8.13, update on community halls. Welcome back, Nicole. That is regular agenda page 156. Welcome, Nicole and Andrew. Yeah, yeah, 156.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, councillors. So this paper is also in response to a request from council to understand how many halls we have, where they are. So again, there's a bit of background information on how we maintain those halls and what has been done over the last few years, and also maps an understanding of what's leased out, what is managed directly by council, and the income we receive from those halls, which are the community halls, thinking about Caroline Bay and Geraldine Pavilion, for instance, and also Wash Dyke, etc. Very long list of halls that are with community centres or with committees. And I suppose the question that's posed from this, and again, this is a briefing update, but you know, it's good to get an understanding of some direction in the future you may like to go with this information. I don't know, Andrew, if you've got anything you want to add just in regards to any of the halls on the paper?
One thing I did notice, that the West End Hall, we actually own that. It does say company owns the hall. We actually own the Masonic complex as well.
Yes.
We lease that back to the Masons, which expires in 37, but we own the entire building.
So again, we've highlighted the income we receive from the various main halls that are on our bookable system, and you'll see that some are utilised a lot more than others. Obviously, Caroline Bay is quite popular, and also the West End Hall, and we have a really good high usage out in Temuka. The Geraldine Pavilion is not getting utilised as often as we like, so that's a conversation, I know. We like to it's a conversation to be had about why, but also, you know, is the community, do they have quite a number of other halls that they're looking at, and because there is quite a number out in that area, not particularly with us. So I open up the floor to any of your comments and conversation now around this rather long list.
Go for it, Councillor.
Paul's my favourite subject. No, I guess what I'm keen to tie up along with the maintenance is how often, you know, the Gapes Valley Hall is used, what we're paying for it, whether we should still retain it, should we sell it. I'm not suggesting we do, but we need to know a wee bit more about all the facilities we own and whether they're being used, because I see the Hilton Hall, there's no lease on. The Cave Hall I don't understand, because you've got the building owners, the Cave Public Hall Society. So do we own the land it sits on?
So there's a bit of a legacy issue with some of the titles that have actually got committees noted on the titles, but actually I believe we do own them, land and building. So there is a little bit of work we need to do in some of those to answer that question. Yeah.
And again, you know, commercially sensitive, the Point Gymnasium, those sorts of things. I'm keen to know what each of those, not particularly that one, are paying. And so we can either get communities behind them and get them fired up, or alternatively, you know, sold the Catholic Church in St Andrews because no one much was using it. You know, these were built in horse and carriage days, some of these halls. So again, if we can sell them, stop paying rates, stop paying maintenance, happy days. Or otherwise increase the usage of them, find other ways to utilise them. That's all I'm saying. And that kind of falls in with the maintenance of them, because you don't want to spend 30k on a hall that's used once every 3 years.
Yes, yeah. So to aggregate the income from halls owned and managed by TDC, because most of them are bookable hire rooms, there's not many spaces that are, and that averages at 8,086 plus GST per annum. The income from halls owned and leased to private entities, which is why it has commercially sensitive, because we They are doing a commercial operation, so I'm not able to print that, but collectively that's 34,239 plus GST. A majority of that is sitting with one particular lease. So the rest of the time, the rest of the halls, they're a community facility that either we pay the rates on behalf of the committee and they upkeep the buildings, or some of them are not even open and they are only being used once or twice a year. Yeah. We don't get a lot of information from the halls that are with committees as to their bookings and their numbers because they manage and do that themselves.
Yeah, Councillor Oliver.
I think this is really good it's come up because it's been talked about a lot, and I think there's a really good opportunity here to pull some of those committees together and actually find out. I mean, I look at the Gates Valley Hall, it gets well used. It's all intergenerational. I mean, I can remember going to the Gates Valley Hall every Saturday just about, but now that doesn't happen. So, you know, it's probably not getting as used. I look at Hilton Hall as well. You know, we have them continually coming through loans and donations looking for a new oven and looking for a new looking for a new there. I think the only way we can actually make a good decision is actually talking to them all individually and saying, you know, where's this for you guys, you know, and actually being able to have a look in the hall and seeing how fit it is to actually use.
And I would agree. I think that is the next step with your halls now, is exactly that. It's reaching out to each individual committee, because I had a conversation when I attended the community board meeting for Pleasant Point at Peel Forest, and a lady approached me there to say that we're retiring as a couple, we've been paying the rates for that thing, and then the hall is used for the emergency response. So we've either got to decide, are we giving these halls back to the community and they maintain them and we're out of the mix altogether, or are we selling them, or are we actually trying to get the community behind these halls again? So, and I think it's going to be a mixture of all of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, if I go back and remember, we sold the Rari Hall, or the Rari Bridge Hall. I think that might have been owned by them, but they got rid of that, and that community was barely affected.
Yeah.
I don't hear anyone still going on about the fact there's no Rari. So I think these committees are ready to have that conversation because they've probably got buildings that are full of rats and mice and water and stuff like that. So I don't think this will be a hard conversation to have.
And I think, Councillor Pye, you may be able to have a chat about your experience with your local hall.
Shall I read you the rant I had on the community chat the other night? It basically went, we've got three choices: do nothing, which is what's happening at the moment, or rot and somebody will burn it down, get ourselves organised and restore it and look after it, or tell council we don't want it and sell it. And given the battle or the struggle I've been having for 3 years or 2 years to try and get some action there, I think there's a value action gap. I think the community value these assets, but they're not prepared to take action to do that.
And I think, and I agree that having those conversations with the local communities now, they are emotional conversations. I've been to your hall. There are pictures all the way around the hall of past events and family gatherings, etc. So it is an emotional sort of attachment, but we do need to approach this and
do we want to be the generation that loses the history of our community? No. But what are the other options?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm comfortable with us bringing it to a long-term plan to consult with the community, and they can make the decisions, but it's a fair bit of cost sitting in these assets. And I think if I might ring Richard Lyon, he's probably the only one with the knowledge, but I'm assuming that some of the donations and loans were set up at a point in time with the community halls in it when we sort of said, here's the asset, but we'll contribute, you can apply for some funding. So, yeah, be interesting to
And we can pick up the conversation a little bit later on in the PX when we talk about other property. So, yeah.
Cool.
The conversations might inspire some of these people to get up and go. Yeah. I'm not suggesting in any way we just say you're closing, but have the conversations, a bit like we're doing with our own buildings. Find out what it's going to cost to get it to a standard where you can use it.
I think it would be useful too to have alongside the information you've got what funding has been given through the community grants, because it's all very well and good to say we lease it for a year and it's kind of we don't need to worry about it, they look after it, but if they're coming to council for grants it is still costing. Councillor Money.
Can I ask, councillors, what priority has this got? We talked about getting asset plans for all our major buildings. We've talked about looking at buildings that are underutilised. We've looked at trying to dispose of some. Where does this sit in the priority? Because there's your property team sitting there.
Low. I think we should be selling them all.
No, I'm talking about the work. The work.
I think
to
in
get this
time
done.
I think what Mayor Nigel said was in time for the long-term plan, or whoever said, in time for the long-term plan to have the conversations with the community. But there's some work that needs to be done before we're in a position to have that conversation.
But I agree, it's not high priority. Yeah.
There's a certain amount there that probably need to be rationalised. I mean, they really need all these halls? Everything's, the cars go a bit faster these days, and so wouldn't you go look at the halls, and if there's no community, the community aren't interested in taking ownership of their own hall, it gets either sold or we move it along.
We're going to have that conversation.
Yeah, so that this list might turn into about, 20% or 30% of what we were looking at.
Agreed. On that note, do you want to move the recommendation, Councillor Booth? Perfect. Councillor Parker? Any further discussion? For the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Now, stay there. We've got small trades, but I just wanted to raise them on a nature item while I've got you there with it. So, Councillor Jackson raised painting of the Bay Hall and tea rooms. Did you want to talk to that at all?
Yes. So, I see that the tea rooms have been painted. I just was curious as to why the tenant of 18 years was only given the mock-up of the colours a couple of hours before it was released to the public. So they had no input at all into the colour scheme. Now, they're not for 1 minute saying that they necessarily have the right to have any say, but it might have been a nice wee touch that there was some sort of dialogue between the tenants and the council. The feedback that they've had, and look, I've had similar feedback as well, is that the colour scheme doesn't work. That's subjective, of course, I understand that, but just wanted to get some feedback on that, please.
So as you can see from the photos there, so that photo on the right-hand side is one that's from the museum, dating around 1960, and you can see it's white with a dark sill. So we basically chose, last year we painted the sound shell, where it was white with the blue, it's called Danube blue. They're both heritage colours, and so it was basically to tie the tea rooms with its neighbour, the sound shell, using we've got the basis that it was white previously. It has been a light colour since its inception, over 100 years ago. It's only in the 90s that it got painted that green, so that was a recent colour addition. The tenants have asked for the spouting to be painted, and then when we sent the contractors round to price it up, it became quite clear very early on that spouting wasn't the issue, that the weatherboards were cracked, the painting was coming off, there was timber rot in a lot of places. So basically we just upped the scope to paint the whole building, not just the spouting. So the spouting has been painted as per their wishes, and at the same time we painted the whole building with it. Tenants were consulted very early on that yes, we were going to be painting. We hadn't at that stage chosen the colour, but we wanted to continue the theme from the sound shell next door to carry on through to the tea rooms, and then eventually it will carry on further on as to the hall, to the entertainment centre. The Caroline Bay Association, they're having a re-roof, and they've intimated that they are keen to have the same colours on their building. In fact, they've gone so far as to suggest that maybe if we supply the paint, they will do the work as a cost-cutting measure. We haven't looked in that further just yet. We're concentrating on getting the roof done. But with the tenants in the tea rooms, yes, it was an oversight. We didn't give them heads up earlier on the colour scheme. We basically sent it through, and then at that stage our media team decided, oh, we'll put it up on the Facebook. So we kind of had to rush things along a little bit.
And Andrew, did you say that the plan is to do the Bay Hall in the same colour scheme, is that right?
Yeah, so we've had a costing of painting the Bay Hall, because the Bay Hall's in a similar condition to what the tea rooms was, except that the tea rooms had a corrugate iron roof at the back, so that's got painted as well, whereas the Bay Hall doesn't have that, so it's just painting the walls. The scheme is of a similar theme, the white and blue, to time with the seaside, just to continue the theme rather than having a patchwork of different coloured buildings in the area. That was always planned for the next financial year, as budget allowed. So the cost for that is at this stage in the mid-50s to paint that.
We will reach out to the tenants and have a conversation with them if there's anything we can help to tone down a little bit. I think it was more, and I can't speak for them, but going from a darker green to a very light colour is quite a shift, and it's a big change, and it is, as Andrew has said, it's taking it back to an early edition of the 60s when Caroline Bay seemed to be sort of at its prime to a certain extent. But there was absolutely no intent to cause any disturbance to them. It was just a timing issue, so I will actually reach out to them and have that conversation. And if we can help to tone a little bit down there, and because they've got a couple of ideas of what they'd like to do, so we're more than happy to pick that up and continue that conversation with them.
Thank you, I'm sure they'll appreciate that.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yep, cool, go and have a chat, that's awesome. And then, 55K, that's halfway there to an in-house painting team, isn't it? And moving right on, let's talk about small trade subcontracting. 174.
Thank you very much through the Chair and councillors. So this has been some ongoing work for approximately 3 months now, and with all of the changes happening with the budgets, it's been hard to keep up with some of the numbers, but Megan has spent a lot of time literally trolling through all of our past accounts, suppliers. It's been quite an enormous body of work actually, which has uncovered lots of other issues that we can solve over time. But I think what I might do, because a lot of this work, the background and the technical side has been completed by Megan, so I'm going to give her an opportunity to have a little chat to it, and then we go back to the conversation around the report.
So with undertaking this work, we looked at all of our OPEX. So because CapEx mostly goes to tender and those are done through the tender process, we decided to look at operational, because that's essentially where a budget would come from for an in-house team if that's the direction that this took us in. We went through every GL code, looking for anything that related to general maintenance, building maintenance, anything to do with electrical, painting or plumbing. And so that is what you have in front of you today, and that is for the last 6 months worth of maintenance spend that could be done by an in-house team.
So just to add a little bit to that, we were trying to decide whether, again, with cost cutting, etc., if there was justification, because not only having an in-house team, but you get all those extra costs that come with them, which are vans and equipment, etc., etc. So we thought, is there an opportunity, first of all, look at the numbers, do they quite justify an in-house person, but is the first step tidying up our GL codes and our work orders, which we know need some help now, and finance are actually working on that. And then do we have a look at all our suppliers, and is this a time to condense some of those suppliers, centralise them, get some better rates in place? I know that Diana and I worked on that for the social housing, and we've got some rates that are of half of what we were actually doing before, and it's managed to save us some funds. So can we do that again here? Can we rationalise? And is that going to bring that number down a little bit more? And again, it's that prioritisation of spend, because we've got so many different departments. Each department has an OPEX budget, and are they spending without knowing that there's a priority of something to be fixed somewhere else, but yet they will spend their money because it's in their department. So again, we can actually have a look at that opportunity, and that may bring these numbers down again, that you don't need an in-house person at extra cost. It might be that actually we can do that by, so it's a step at a time, and we believe if we could go through those steps first, we can then land at a better opportunity of an in-house person. But certainly not saying we couldn't use that, but I think we just want to be conscious that we've got a couple of steps before that. Yeah.
I'm interested in your thoughts. Sorry to put you on the spot, Mr. Chief Executive.
What I've witnessed through this process is I'm not convinced we know exactly our maintenance numbers and exactly what we're spending it on. And we have a long list of suppliers that are used. And what we're suggesting is that we need to bring every order for some maintenance comes through the one spot, gets triaged and gets completed by a preferred supplier of some description. So we've got to get that history done. There may be some justification in a builder handyman, but when we looked at that, by the time you add, they'll need a vehicle because they have to get around the sites. They'll need all the tools. And when you looked at that, some of the handyman that you get out there actually work out cheaper. You just got to be smart about who you're using because they've got all that as a package. So it's a case now of actually sorting out the processes. And what's that system called?
The Gyra system.
Gyra.
Yeah.
The Gyra, getting every single order to come through the Gyra system, getting it triaged, and then getting it completed by a preferred provider.
System set up for this building, for instance, where we've encouraged all staff, if there's a light bulb or something that they want done, they send it through on our internal Gyra system, and then we triage that work, and Andrew or one other member in the department, we take care of where that goes, so we are actually controlling that spend and what's getting fixed. So what we're suggesting is that's probably an opportunity, and we don't, wherever it's triaged is irrelevant at this point, but actually having a system where a lot of this maintenance is coming together and going to preferred suppliers is probably one of the first steps, along with GL codes and supplier conversations.
I would have thought these numbers are quite low, because like if you even look at our social housing numbers and how much we're, on just general maintenance, this sort of doesn't look very much, and so I sort of think, oh well.
It's because it's sitting in CapEx, isn't it, some of that? That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. So, because my question, because if you spread that labour cost over those four, a builder is not I don't need to tell you a lot, an electrician and a plumber is not a builder, they're quite different trades. So that alone is 80k, and then you've got to add on everything else. So to me, right now, it doesn't make sense. What we're doing works. We will probably be saving money right now. It's like, it depends into the future if you want to, do all your, building works, but it's a lot more work needs to be done.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's tied up with no, that's fair. I think it's tied up with the overall maintenance program, but I would like, as a next edition of this, is see what CapEx stuff sits out there, because a lot of it, painting a social house, that's,
Well, painting a social house is not CapEx.
Well, it's not sitting. It's not sitting in these numbers.
I think it will be.
The numbers we're currently using are OPEX only. So if we're doing a small paint job for social housing, we'll call it, and freshening up inside, it actually is not a capital expense. It becomes an operational expense. So we've had to be very conscious of that. And as I said, our maintenance or handy person now is doing all of those things for us. Can lay a little bit of a carpet, is doing a bit of joinery work for us, any demolition, cleaning out some gardens if we have to, taking rubbish to the dump. So we've actually found ourselves a handy person where we've got quite a number. So we're talking about maybe we've got to expand that service. Maybe we've got to find a second handy person that can do other things across other departments, and it gets triaged. And so this is about looking at the suppliers, as we noted earlier on, and the Chief Executive did, looking at how we can actually better manage those suppliers, condense that list down, and is there opportunity to make some savings in that before we, and then we could look at the CapEx, which is slightly different. Yes, there's painting and there are other things happening in CapEx.
CapEx is not painting.
It's not part of this. Yeah.
No, it's not CapEx, no matter what you're painting.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
But Mike, so this includes everything that sits in social housing?
So this is across all departments of council. So some actually have got no maintenance expense at all. So we'll go the environment department for the dog pound, and certainly the planning department, etc. So you can see through there's a breakdown of numbers with this, which departments are heavier, and obviously it's the buildings, the social housing, and the parks seem to be. It's the majority of the work that comes through in these numbers.
Yeah,
I can provide that breakdown per unit after this meeting for you all.
I just wonder whether we're just carry on the way we're going at the moment with the changes you suggest, and don't do anything major till we actually get everything coded to the right place, so we actually know what we're spending in those places, if that makes sense. Because Megan's done a good job, but it's an educated guess, isn't it? Whereas if we code things properly, we'll know what our expenses actually are.
And so how does this 529 line up with R&M budgets?
So just explain a little bit more.
Repairs and maintenance budgets, how does this figure line up with repairs and maintenance?
Yep. So across different departments, they've got different thoughts or coding for building maintenance. So we've ignored all the regulatory. So your building warrant of fitnesses and your statutory regulatory is not including this. This is actually just sheer fix the door handles and
The problem, Your Worship, is it's all mixed in together.
Yeah. You were, sorry, I don't want to preempt what you were going to say, but you were going to say thoughts on what is repairs and maintenance?
So repairs and maintenance, this is fixing a door handle.
Yeah, I know what repairs and maintenance are. I'm worried that some of the departments don't.
So again, because of the coding issues, some have got better discipline in coding building maintenance than others, and we've found during this exercise that building maintenance has become, and some people may shoot me for this, it's been a little bit of a slush fund for some of us. With genuinely flowers have been purchased, and so they've put it because they've had nowhere else to go, and it's been a general maintenance.
Yeah.
So this is about stripping that out.
I think that this piece of work's been great in the fact that it's thrown that up. But my view of that is extremely ill-disciplined, and whether you want to blame a GL code or a work order or what have you, I'm sorry, that's just a load of absolute bollocks. That is just bad budgeting from someone that's holding a budget, in my view. I'm not sure how anyone can get that wrong.
And Sally was just saying we need to introduce you to Janice at the hospital. She's like the legend when it comes to one person.
Through your worship.
I think it always goes hand in hand with getting those maintenance plans sorted as well, because that should give you a damn good indication of, do you need to employ someone? Yeah. And that's what we're saying.
But I think we need to, that needs to happen now. SLT need to get on board with that, and it just needs to happen. Same system, we can measure it, you can prioritise it. Whether someone's holding a budget versus someone else, that stuff's got to stop.
So Nicole's already had a meeting with the managers on these changes.
Yes, and it was a very, very positive meeting where they were quite keen to offload some of their building maintenance work. and have that looked after somewhere else. So those conversations have had, so it actually can happen. Parks is a sort of a slightly different kettle of fish because it's much bigger and there's an awful lot more going on in there, but with the rest of the departments, but there's certainly no reason why we can't have that conversation. But this gyra and consolidation and doing a Janus and getting everything through that one or two people, it'll all get coded to the right place, and then they're able to question, hey, this is not building maintenance, we can't put that under this code, you need to, either not buy that or it needs to go somewhere else. Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty, moving on. So council notes the update, so a bit of work to go here, but I know that has been a big piece of work because I've seen Megan working on it, so thank you. It's great to have some knowledge over these things, but work in progress, so appreciate that. So everyone happy to move that as it is? Councillor Jackson happy to move. Seconder over here, Councillor Oliver. Put the motion, all those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. That's good, that's only taking from December 2023. We'll get to 177, which is street sweeping services. Who have we got? Andrew, yeah, you got to check out. Yeah. Just note. Yeah, thank you. Alrighty, welcome Andrew. I'll throw it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is another report that Council has requested, which is just looking at how we can do things a little bit differently and perhaps more efficiently. So we focused on the street sweeping as an activity that could potentially be brought in-house into the Council. So what we've done is we actually, with the assistance of an external party who has been in a contracting background, done a bit of a costing analysis, which is a difference between the contracted cost versus potential in-house. And that is in the table you have in front of you there. So we tried to say outsourced service delivery, in-house service delivery. Outsourced is the current contract cost at the moment. It is delivered through the road maintenance contract, and the contract, it is a whole cost. It includes the waste fees. The actual work itself is lump sum. So yeah, but they work to a street sweeping schedule. So there's a set program that they do on an annual basis and weekly basis. We've allowed for a cost escalation cost in there, and that gives the total outsourced cost. With the in-house services, we've broken that down to direct costs, which is primarily driven by the waste fees, landfill fees. There is a little bit of extra there for TTM, traffic management if we need it. So that's a small amount, but mainly that is the actual waste fees going into the landfill. Now, I acknowledge that is potentially a non-cash item, but because it's included above, I've kept it in the same. Following that is the plant costs, which is all your maintenance, your fuels, oils, everything else that requires with the plant, and also depreciation. And then your labour costs, which is based on 1.5 FTEs. So we're proposing to run this on one street sweeping vehicle and 1.5 FTE. So the other 0.5 would be soaked up by the parks unit and the operational outsourcing, in-house services there. And then your financing cost is basically around the loan. So you can see there that there is not a lot of difference actually between contracted costs and in-house costs. With in-house, there are some advantages, and that is you can be a little bit more agile. There may be some efficiencies gained because you're not paying a lump sum for a particular schedule. But on the flip side of that, there's also perhaps some increased risk, and that is if your machine breaks down, then you have to go and hire a machine. It's basically $10,000 a week. So it can swing either way quite quickly. Also, the amount of street sweepings is a bit variable. We've worked it out on historical volumes, but is that there? So yeah, it's very much, either way on this one, and it all comes down to the amount of risk that the council is prepared to take.
And so currently contracted to 28, so that's a 7-year contract here.
That's correct, yes, yeah. So that's 2028 is when it ends, yeah. So I guess the other cost that potentially, which I have not factored in here, is the negotiating that street sweeping item out of the contract, and I don't know what the contractor will want in regard to a break fee. But.
It would be interesting to have someone with some insights to contracting. Councillor Pye, you might be able to fill that void. But we contract Fulton Hogan, it's then subcontracted, and I look at that and think, well, they're doing it for the community. It's wonderful because they're making zero profit on those numbers. And I do wonder without, how much when we're factoring these things in, do we load our overhead allocation again? And is that why we can never actually come up with a model that is anywhere near commercial?
I guess the other point I'd note is too that the actual cost of the machine is $595,000, so it is a bit of a capital outlay.
Is that for a regenerative air or a mechanical type machine? Is that for the regenerative air, which is air assisted, so blowing as well as sweeping, or is that just mechanical?
It's basically a brushes and a vacuum system, and then there's also water on it, so it can do the water blasting and necessary, so it can clean out down through, get slot drains in particular, or if you want to do the Royal Arcade, you could do that through that unit. And the suction unit is powerful enough that it can actually suck out sumps as well and clean those out.
So therefore, I'm just looking at the hourly rate based on the figures you've got here. It works out to be $400 per hour. I'm also concerned the fact that it's we've contracted Fulton Hogan, they've contracted someone else. I've just been doing some homework on what it costs to run these things, and it's nowhere near what you've put in here. And doing an 8-hour day, that's $3,200 per day just for a truck to putt round and do about 50 Ks a day, because that's what they do, of street sweeping. So hardly any road users, and labour. And so obviously every now and then a bit of maintenance for brushes when they wear out and cleaning. But then even if you rent it for $10,500 per month, that's only 120 grand. Well, it's. I reckon there's a couple of grand in there every day. All right. So, and what you could do with that money is buy another little street sweeper and get some other guy, have 2 guys, and have they rotate the machine, and the other guy he'll be running around picking up the rubbish and emptying the rubbish bins and doing other odd jobs, and they rotate 2 people. You'll save yourself a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I will note the plant. Yeah. The
thing is that these new machines, they will help with our stormwater issues because they suck up about 90% of the residues off the road, so all the stuff that you don't want going into your stormwater.
I agree with your analysis. Councillor Pye, similar numbers?
I did similar numbers. I couldn't understand how you got plant costs so much if you're similar to Councillor Booth. If you just decide to lease one rather than buy it, you'd save your financing and you'd still have, what do I work out, 148 grand a year for fuel. Like if you hired one, because that's all your plant costs. Like I couldn't work out where the numbers come from.
The main plant cost is depreciation.
Yeah, but if you went and hired one at 126 per annum, which is what you're saying you could do it, rather than buying it, took that off the plant cost, that's kind of suggesting there's 148k for fuel. I just kind of couldn't understand how the costs work. I I tend to agree it's not worth breaking the contract. It worries me that it's contracted and subcontracted, like somebody's clipping the ticket twice. Something we definitely need to look at before the contract expires, and have a really good look at it, because I'm sure we can.
There are a lot of activities that are subcontracted out in the main
worry, isn't
contract
it?
because they're specialist activities, specialist plant and equipment.
But so I don't understand why the contract's just not with Wasteco Direct. Like it's part of a bigger contract, you're saying?
It's part of the big contract, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we have one big contract, and then there's a number of activities that are subcontracted out in that, you know. And that is common in most rating contracts. The state highway contract's exactly the same. So
I don't agree that a lot of these things are specialist though. You know, part of it's weed spraying by Delta. It's like, you know, come on, someone on a four-wheel drive motorbike, probably on their phone with a sprayer. Councillor Piddington, and then I'll go Councillor Jackson. Sorry, I forgot you.
What's the capacity like down at the Botanic Gardens at that area down there where we are now doing a lot more sort of in-house stuff? So, do we have capacity for putting more machinery down there? I mean, how's that looking? To store, yeah.
Yeah. The machine would be stored down there. Yeah, we do have capacity. Yeah.
An owner drivers to go and buy one and actually drive it around all night, and he'll just charge you an hourly rate, and it'll be a hell of a lot cheaper than that. So this is a no-brainer that you need to go and do it, and we need to invest in a street sweeper because we'll save ourselves a couple of $1,000 a day.
And I remember as a councillor back in many moons ago, I asked about this, but we were always told that we were getting a highly efficient service.
No, it's the problem is we're almost too efficient, and same before we did in-house gardening. Outside Harcourt's on the corner of Sophia Street, the staff used to laugh. They'd go and mow a millimetre off the lawn. Didn't need doing. Same with if we bought it in-house, someone could go and look and say, actually, we don't need to do that street today. There's been no wind. Whereas we just have these guys. I hear the leaf sweeper guy at 5 a.m. outside Harcourt's. I've been out there and there's nothing, but he's paid to wander around. So that's another advantage as well as cost savings.
Look, as a way forward, I mean, I think we're a similar view that the numbers don't work, but could someone have that conversation with Fulton Hogan and let's see whether they need that out to 2028. 7 years, I thought the road maintenance, is that the actual road maintenance? I thought we'd just renewed that recently, but 2021 was when we last renewed it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It was that a rollover?
5+2 contract.
5+2?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but we haven't.
So you can get out of it.
So we can get out of it.
Potentially, yeah, but you'd have to justify that the contract is not performing, and that the yeah.
Well, it's not performing for the ratepayer.
Yeah. Yeah. Justify.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Sue's excuse of we need a more efficient, high efficiency machine that's going to get 90% of the.
We're in public
stuff.
Everyone can hear us. But can we explore that, please?
2026.
Yeah, 2026.
Yep.
Let's explore what's in the contract. So, recommendation. So we'll knock that on the head, and we'll go. One is talk to a contract to explore opportunities from 2026 to bring it in-house. Something along those lines. When it picks it up. Just ad-lib, make it sound.
And I also think then you need to go back and have a look at the costings.
Oh,
because
100%.
if this report's been made by the officers and then councillors as lay people are finding differences in this, there's a mixed match. So we need to be really thorough and explore the rental versus the purchasing and have this teased out more. Please.
Yeah, we'll do that.
We'll do
get
that.
someone to do that.
Brilliant. Happy to move that from Chair. Councillor Booth, seconder. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Alrighty. We had one more minor nature, which was stadium and theatre update. Paul, are you happy to just manage those yourself? Stadium and theatre update. Obviously, we're just sort of ticking through, but just at a high level. Councillor Piddington asked where, I know we're negotiating some contracts and perhaps that's the update, I don't know, but...
Yeah, we're at a delicate point. In terms of the stadium, there's some information that's come to light that suggests there's a little bit more fill in that site than we'd anticipated. So we're looking at how we can value engineer, if you like, to come back within budget but still deliver the project with a link building in the new stadium. So those conversations are ongoing, and that's why we haven't settled on a design at the concept level yet. We're still wrestling with that. So, for example, at the user group meeting the other night, we had the latest iteration, and I'm not saying this is final because it is very draft, but there was a link building that looks two-storey at the front with an atrium, but then goes out single-storey at the back, whereas the prior version was two-storey. So we're trying to recover some costs through moving things around without losing any of the amenity. And I think we're still on track with the stadium. I think it's fair to say that's where that's at. That's just now about getting that final design that we can deliver on budget. In terms of the theatre, similar delicate stage. We are in a negotiation with the architects around keeping it within budget. And that's delicately balanced at the moment, I believe. Our project lead, Paul Haggath, is in the thick of that at the moment. We've said we've got no intention of housing circus elephants. They're right off the menu, so it's getting it back to a design that's going to fit within brief and deliver it on price. So I think I can't really say too much more than that really at this stage, but both are on track for the timeline, the indicative timeline that we've presented here previously, with the exception that we might need an extra 6 to 8 weeks on the stadium for the deal with the foundations, that work that wasn't envisaged. That'll probably take 6 to 8 weeks. But other than that, we're on track for where we're supposed to be. I don't know if you want to add anything, Nigel.
Yeah, the user group were pretty pleased, I think. They looked at it, and obviously there's always some tweaks you can make, and we need to make, I think the stadium needs to be the best we can really get it, because it is probably, right at the moment, one of our best economic development projects we've got in terms of attracting events here. The theatre, I think it is quite delicate, and also there will be a paper coming regarding stuff that is outside the budget, such as the Chinese gardens and the old criterion in terms of what exactly we do with them. Yeah.
Just regarding going to the public, Paul, and giving them some sort of update on where we're at with the theatre in particular, any ideas?
I think it's too early. Yeah, far too early. So we've got to get...
People are asking, that's all.
Yep. We've got to get the contract signed with the architects, which isn't done yet. And we're also about to appoint the other consultants to get them on board, and then get some pictures to deliver. Yeah.
We're sort of working on the principle of under-promise and over-deliver this time round, because we've been selling the sizzle on this project for a number of years. So it'd be nice to not promise anything until we're at fairly concrete points, so we're not disappointing anyone.
Yeah. Okay, cool, brilliant. Thank you. So that wraps up public agenda. I'll move us to PX. Seconder, Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Thanks, team. Sat through a long meeting. Appreciate it.